official anthem declares, when will we see your like again? For more than 3 decades, he's been a history maker and a record breaker, and today becomes the oldest Triple Crown finalist we've ever seen. Roared on by his family as always, here comes an all-time great, the Wizard of Wishaw, John Higgins. Determination and resilience, and underpinned by that wonderful family. What an opportunity and what a day for the Sunshine Warrior, Kyron Wilson.
Here we go. We've got 2 of the game's most ferocious competitors going head-to-head at the Palace today. History is beckoning for one of them. Now we have the first 8 frames to play this afternoon, so all ready to go for us in the commentary box. It's good afternoon to world champions Ken Doherty and John Parrott.
Yes, thank you, Hazel, and good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the iconic venue that is Alexander Palace. Home to thousands of events over the years, including rock concerts, theatre productions and sporting clashes. Has even hosted an exhibition of tightrope walking way back in the 1850s from renowned artist Charles Blondin. And I reckon, Ken, even the great man himself would have been impressed by the level of brinkmanship shown by both players this week to reach the final. Higgins has been 5-3 down in both his quarter and his semi and managed to come through. And Kyron Wilson, well, he short-headed the Australian in the match of the tournament in his quarter-final. And last night, brilliant heroics to get past the China sensation, Wu 6-5, winning the last 2 frames. 2 great players, Ken, and set up for hopefully a great final.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait. He was breaking off before he even tossed up. But nice to see them having a little laugh between each other. And well, what a final we are in for. 2 incredible and pulsating semi-final victories for both players. And I don't know about you, John, but hard to separate the 2. They're just incredible that they're in the final the way they've got here.
Yeah, it's been emotional, to say the least, for both players and for everybody who's been in the corners watching. And the funny thing is, Ken, I think both players can really relax today, can't they? We were talking about semi-finals are horrible, aren't they? You don't want to go out in those. You want to be in this occasion, so they can relax, hopefully, and do the stuff.
Close attempt. He hasn't left anything. Could only leave that red, but it's gone safe past the pink. Is the red beneath the pink available into the middle? It might be. I think it is. Yeah. Ooh. Now, has he left one into the middle? He's having a look himself.
Yeah, he'd be lucky if he hasn't. He hit across that one. You could see from the angle we had to the middle pocket. Wasn't cued in the middle, that one.
You see, Kyron, John Higgins' route to the final. Incredible match against Xiao Xingtong, and then, of course, that amazing semi-final yesterday against Judd Trump.
1.
Both players really very similar in the semi-finals. John Higgins, well, Judd Trump, Mr. Brown to knock him out. 6-3, 1 ball away nearly. And, of course, Wu Yize against Kyron Wilson. Well, that red into the bottom corner. that had it gone in. Wilson was out as well, so.
Do you think we used slept much last night?
Definitely not.
That was a real bad miss. Hope it doesn't scar him too much.
Yeah, but
5.
just Stephen said, the resilience and fortitude that both players have shown. You know, when the chips were down, when the backs were against the wall, they produced their best snooker. And that's what's going to be fascinating for the final today. John looking to get straight on the black here. He's got to finish a little bit low on it. Well, he stunned it in,
6.
so thought he'd finish a little bit low. Now, it'll be interesting to see where this black goes, because if it doesn't go on its spot, the pink spot is available. May tighten things up a little bit. Maybe that top red of the two does pot into this left corner.
Yeah, funnily enough, where the cue ball is now, actually probably be ideal. So if you can stun this up and leave it nearly the same place as where it is now, that should be okay. Not completely sure on it, so screwed down the angles to give himself options of either.
30.
Yeah, there's a little stat for you there. John Higgins looking to win his 10th Triple Crown title since he 2011 World Championship 15 years ago. Wow. What an amazing career he's had. Won the Masters twice, of
14.
course, trying to join that illustrious list of players who've won it 3 times. Now, if you maybe play for a ball colour here to try
18.
and split the pack, because the blue I don't think is ideal, is it, John?
No, I tell you what, I'd like to be going in off yellow if I was going in off any big target on that left-hand side of the pack. That would be the one
19.
for me. It might be brown if he's got that, but the yellow was looking like fair, but I think he may have come sort of betwixt and between. He's thin on the yellow and a bit too full on the brown. Yeah, so I think there's a change of plan. I think that was the intention.
Brown ball. Yellow ball.
Yeah, a little trickier to get into the cue ball. But he has, and played it pretty well. No, he's on one.
21.
Yeah, he did well, didn't he? And just have a look at this little kiss on the red here. Straightens it up. He's nicely on it into this corner. And if he can screw off these 2 reds, he might be able to hold for the pink into the right centre. Certainly not easy. A bit tricky, this shot, to get on his next colour.
He was looking there as if he thought maybe the black would go in the middle. He was going to play like a little topspin shot as well. And if he pushed the red out the way, maybe he can get on the black. Well, decided to go full-blooded. Didn't fancy it.
22.
And you'd have to say that's end the break. And not much you can do safety-wise.
Green ball. John Higgins, 22.
May choose to play, and he can clip the red, or he could play cushion first and send the red down. Just played the clip.
Might be a little shot for John here. Cushion first. Just on the balk line there and kick that red back up the table. No point in playing the red straight on. It's got to be cushion first, surely. Well, it's not that great. He could have played that with a lot more pace. In fact, I think he tried to just nestle the red onto the green, but he's left a shot here for Corin Wilson. This red is potable into this bottom left corner pocket, and he can hold for the blue.
Yeah, he's looking there to see if he plays this. He could even maybe try and play on pink. He was trying to leave the cue ball. He thinks if he leaves it right side, it might be safe. Any red he can leave's the one he's taking, so... Yeah, the look there. Yeah, did play on the pink, but not very close with the pot.
No, it's 19 frames first to 10, but so important to start off on the front foot, isn't it, John? Even in a best of 19, you know, just settle down early. Just try and, you know, stamp your authority on the match.
Yeah, the two gentlemen who are in the studio, Hazel, masters at it. Getting good starts in matches. Putting the opponent under the cosh. Very important. Yeah, nicely played from John. And the black does go. So this is nice. Little stun into the pink. And you'll have the two reds into the right corner.
Got such a bad start in the semi-final yesterday against Judd Trump. Was 3-0 down. Hadn't made a 30 break, John Higgins. But he stuck in there. He won that.
9.
Such an important fourth frame to give himself a chance, and then it was a different character after the interval. I must say, he looks a lot more confident. Even first impressions, John, of John Higgins in this final already. He looks a lot more
15.
at ease.
Yeah, I'd agree. There's a couple of early sightings of Kyron's cueing. I say the red in the middle, the first one that he missed. He hit across, and he wasn't particularly close with the mid-range red he had in the corner. So you would say, looking on early evidence, John seems to have been cueing a little better. But long way to go in this match.
$16.
Yeah, I think there's a red directly down from the pink that's potable in the middle of that
23.
pack. Yeah, that's the one. I think the bottom one isn't available. Not absolutely straightforward to get on the next colour here. I'm going to be cannoning into the pink.
$24.
Well, he played the top one, and that's much better for position. And now, of course, the red we mentioned, that I thought he was taking for the last shot he played, is still available. Cue ball's nice, Ken, isn't it?
Yeah.
Looks like he's in good control.
Yeah.
29.
And we've seen quite a lot this week. The table has been playing so fast, and players have struggled to get top side of the blue, but he played that last red absolutely inch perfect. And that positional shot there. Just a little glancing blow off the reds.
30.
Just to knock another red into play, and he's played that lovely as well. Beautiful little touch. And he'd want to mop up these. Keep Corrin in his chair. Doesn't want him coming back to the table. This one is a little bit short, but
37.
just this red required to leave Corrin Wilson needing a snooker. It's there, no
38.
problem. He's okay on the blue, on his top side, just about. A little bit of left-hand side, maybe. Can he just stun down? Yeah, just screw off the cushion, a little bit of side, and nicely on this red. And as I said, he doesn't want Corrin coming back to the table. So
43.
putting every ounce of concentration into these two open reds.
Yeah, it's happened quite a bit this week, hasn't it? We've seen that in lots of matches where players have got, well,
44.
thinking they're over the line. Another player needs a snooker, but they haven't potted the next ball, which has been important, and they've ended up in a whole world of pain. So this is good from John, and of course keeping Kyron off the table. Cute,
51.
lovely here, John Higgins, really nicely.
$52.
No, played that well. Judged it nice. Now can he knock this red off the cushion up towards that right centre pocket? It's a good attempt. It's a very good attempt. It's just gone a little bit far.
58.
Good effort, but a lovely break from John Higgins at 58. He's laid down a marker already in this final. Corrin Wilson had a couple of chances, missed them. Higgins off to a good start, 1-0.
Yes, John Higgins fans could be very encouraged with that opening frame. I agree with what Stephen said yesterday in the semi-final with Judd Trumpy. Very edgy, not like John at all, looked almost uncomfortable. 3-0 down. But once again, to his credit, he did get 3-1 at the interval instead of 4-0 behind. Boy, did he play well the second session of that match. And there's the long potting that Stephen mentioned. That's more like it. Oh, horrible, horrible little clip on the yellow. Better off missing that entirely.
Yellow ball.
Yeah, great opener, wasn't it? He would have loved to have
Aaron
taken
Wilson
that
won.
yellow on. And he's got second prize.
Thank you.
Shouldn't be a problem for John nestling into the bunch of reds here. He doesn't want to. Yeah, the problem is that red just up from the pack. He doesn't want to leave that on into the right centre pocket. Could go off 3, possibly 4 cushions to land on this red behind the black. This will be some shot. One, two. It's a good line. Has he got the pace? Has he got the pace? Oh!
Foul. They miss. Karen Wilson, 4.
Should have had another Weetabix.
John. Karen. Thank you. Foul. And a miss. Karen Wilson, 4.
Now, what's the angle like? if it's not absolutely straight, he may take this. And it isn't. So, yeah, from being extremely close on the first effort, clipping that yellow has given Kyren, well, you'd have to say, the perfect angle to come back out for the black. Oh. Yeah, not settled yet.
A couple of glaring misses from Corin Wilson, and that's a little bit worrying.
Yeah, you have to say he wasn't firing on all cylinders in his match last night with Rui, is it? Up until the business end, really, and you'd have to say, like all great champions do, he found the gear. But he wasn't in the form he was in against Neil Robertson in the quarters. So I'll be looking for more of that today.
This looks really good. Look at this for a line. What a shot. Excellent from the Grandmaster, John Higgins.
Yeah, you can expect a bit of that, can't you? It's not something that's a surprise. Knowing where to hide the cue ball.
I don't think it's too bad here for Corin. You can nestle into the 3 reds directly above the black here. Off 2 cushions. Just a bit of pace. But once again, doesn't want to leave this loose red. And this is very, very short. Again, a very nervy shot from Corin Wilson. He hasn't settled yet. Not at all.
Yep. Feeling a little bit. And of course, the great champions, well, when they see that, tend to jump on those occasions. This is not a bad little starter for John. Not great. Quite a few of the reds are lined up with each other, but he never have thought he'd be coming to the table with this available.
One.
Yeah, and the worst thing you can do with that escape was hit it too softly. Yeah, if anything, if he hit it a little bit harder, he wasn't going to leave anything, you know, so it's very unusual error, very nervy shot from Corin Wilson. Tried to play a little cannon on the red. Just left of the pink spot, missed it. Well, he was always going to be on this red into the right centre.
Eight.
Yeah, as you said, John, they're sort of lined up against each other. There's nothing straightforward here, but he's got a lovely angle on the black. He can play a little cannon into those reds just directly above the black. Just like that. And that's worked out lovely.
15.
Yeah, they're all sort of lined up, but the good news is there is gaps between them. So if you do go in and split the reds, you know they're going to open. It's not like the pack is stuck together. So if you do need to go in there, you You do know they will break easily. He's having a look again, once again, little cannon in there.
Yeah, just right up through the little gap there of the reds. Just a delicate little shot, this. Doesn't need much pace. And perfect. And that's certainly, well, it's opening at least 4 or 5 reds now. Just that one shot. Great opportunity.
$24.
Yeah, he's obviously experienced enough to know what's going on here. And he's seeing Kyren not settled. As the great champions do, they jump on their opponent's weaknesses. He knows this is a very important visit to put his opponent under the cosh early in this final.
31. $32.
Oh, there's a couple of shots there in a row. The balls didn't go into the middle of the pocket. You want to be on this black a little bit nicer. He's still okay. I mean, you could just play the cue ball up in a line, almost over the pink spot if he wants. Or he can play for the red into the left centre. He's playing for the red in the left centre, and he's controlled it nicely. Back up for the blue, you would feel here.
39.
And there's one more loose red. That's the extreme left of the bunch of reds into this left corner.
$40.
Could have done with a little bit more. He's not quite got the cue ball in absolute perfect position in this break. Ken mentioned he didn't put a couple of those balls in the centre of the pocket. He's just come a little bit short. I mean, another 3 or 4 inches on that cue ball, and it's a piece of cake just to drop that in. So he's decided to hold the spot with the cue ball. Blue, of course, goes on the highest
45.
available, which is pink. So you would say this shot to the next colour is the important one because, well, the bottom one of the cluster will pop, but after that, not much else.
Certainly instill confidence into your game, hitting the ball like that right in the middle of the pocket. Nice little action on the cue ball, perfect angle on the blue. Just once again a nice little cannon into the middle of those 3 reds just left of the blue, if you can. Oh, it's gone wrong. It's gone wrong. You tried to play a delicate little one into the bottom red.
51.
Could have played it with a bit more pace and maybe split them up a bit more. Tried to play a more precise positional shot, didn't he?
I think if it hadn't been with the rest, I think you'd have been, definitely, if he could have reached it, he'd have been playing with a bit more pace. But anyway, it looks like a reprieve at first glance for Kyren Wilson, unless John fancies getting the extended spider out, which he's just been asked for. Horrible. Horrible, horrible shot over that distance of ground. Difficult to see the angle as well into a blind pocket, so very tricky this one. And of course you've not got to play a foul either, bridging over that red. Not nice, this.
Yeah.
I just has to stand here.
Yeah, referee Tatiana Wollaston just telling John that she's going to have to stand here. She can see better whether the cue grazes the red that he's bridging over. It's much more difficult to see it. Normally you wouldn't see a referee in the player's sight But on this occasion, she has to.
Yeah, the problem here is, of course, as you follow through, the cue gets thicker from the tip end. So that's why Tatiana's standing where she is, because it's the follow through that might contact that red.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. What an error.
John Higgins,
Such a difficult
51.
shot. Very hard to judge. Very hard to cue, as you said, John. But what an error. Now.
Well, this will tell us, Ken, how Karen's feeling. Got to score a few here. And he knows, likewise, as we're talking about John, trying to stamp his authority on the match, Karen needs to show John Higgins that he's here to play.
One.
And that's gone wrong. First shot. Just the clip on the red at the angle he didn't want. And look what it's finished. It's not even touching ball, which would have been handy. He could have played, nominated blue and played side cushion in behind the brown, but because that's not touching, can't do that.
Blue ball. Karen Wilson, 1.
Yeah, couldn't do much about it. He's left a potential shot to nothing here. Cluster of 4 reds, bottom one. Goes in the top right-hand pocket, and say element of safety. He can play down towards the ball cushion. If he pots it, the brown could be available. So, not a bad shot for John to have this. Even if he plays, well, he looks like he's playing the outside one. But same thing, it's a shot to nothing. Still not quite settled. Not really near the ball cushion with that cue ball.
Was close. Oh, he's not got cover either, so another chance for Corin here. Incredible. I know he's rolling the ball length of the table, trying to hold for the black, and it may have drifted, but inexcusable miss, really. He hasn't settled at all.
Sometimes be little tricky shots, these, just to get perfect on the black. Just when they're hugging the jaw. Yeah, the amount of times you leave those low is unbelievable. Still all right, but perfect angle for a cannon into the 3 reds, you'd have to say. And you'd be very unlucky not to be on one there. If he gets the gap in the middle of the 2 at the bottom, well, I think you'd be cursed if you went on a red.
Well, decided against playing your shot, John.
8.
Tried to hold for that red, but pushed the cue ball a little bit too far. Needs it with the
Yeah, a little
extension,
surprised.
yeah.
I mean, if you'd say you hit the 2 reds on the left, they've got to split, and you'd be on the one in the middle. But anyway, he's decided to guarantee himself a shot on the red. Doesn't need that many points, of course, so you can drop this in, get on the black. Happy days. No.
Oh, was it rolling off? No. Well,
John
it was
Higgins,
very
8.
surprising. I mean, your shot was the right shot to go into the reds. Trying to be too careful almost there, John Higgins. So another chance for Corin Wilson. It could play the plant here.
Yeah.
Plant the red that's closest to the cushion onto the red over the pocket. And that would, of course, remove that red off the cushion. It would help Corin's case. This is definitely on, this plant. Oh, he doesn't want to take it on.
Oh, I can't believe he's refusing that. I cannot believe it. You've got to get that red away. It's not a difficult shot. I mean, he may go on and make the clearance, but why would you not play that red onto the other one? Well, 2 shots for me. They're a little bit baffling. John should have played the cannon into the 3 reds. And I can't believe that Kyron hasn't played that first one onto the other one. That was pretty easy.
Well, I'll tell you what, if it comes down to that
8.
red, that would have been a big mistake, but it remains to be seen. He wants to tidy up these loose reds first. Oh. Wow,
9.
wow, wow, wow. Can only imagine that because the red wasn't actually
16.
in the jaws of the pocket, John, but it was still, I mean, harder to miss than to pot. No.
Yeah, but the thing is, it was a natural little stun shot, wasn't it? You know, just the way you were playing it, the cue ball was going to come back out for black. I mean, he may very well go on and make the clearance, but that red is certainly going to be harder than it needed to be.
17.
And particularly when you're struggling a little bit, let's be honest. He's not in full flow at the moment.
No, it's no good. It's no good. This is a much more difficult shot. Okay, you still got the red into the left centre, but it's very, very missable. He's going to need a good pot to keep this break going. This is certainly a very acute angle into a... Well, of course, the middle is the tightest pockets on the table, so this is a big shot here.
Yeah, can't really hold the cue ball here, which is why he's gone down to have a look at the angle on the brown. So it's a natural to go between the green and pink. But of course, doesn't want to leave himself straight on that brown, or he won't get back down for the last red. Tough pot. Well played.
25.
Now, maybe the yellow affords him better position. Once again, a little tricky as a pot to put pace into. Yeah, he's thinking he can't get exactly down onto the board, onto the top cushion, so can he pot the red from where he's just lined up?
Yeah, if you got the cue ball just past the pink spot, somewhere around there would be ideal. But once again, tricky little shot. Nicely played over the pink spot. And this looks absolutely perfect. Yeah, good shot. Played very positively. And a wonderful opportunity here now for Corin Wilson. And this would
28.
definitely hurt his opponent, John Higgins, because he had, well, 3 chances in this frame for a 2-0 lead.
Yep, Karin's looking like he's going to make this clearance. Hasn't been orthodox, to say the least, but he's got there, which is the important thing.
31.
And as for John Higgins, well, should he have played that little cannon into the 3 reds, Ken? It was an absolute guarantee, doesn't it?
33.
Yeah, it could be his undoing in this frame. Corin has just travelled a little bit further with the cue ball than he would have liked. He's got to hold it here for the brown. Yes, okay. And he's got a
36.
nice angle on the brown as well, so he's played that nicely, but he's 17 points behind. He needs all 4 colours. Big frame, so early in this match, but it's important.
Yeah, it's been a cracker.
40.
Each player, of course, sees the game differently and goes about it in their own way. But this break has certainly been hard fought. All credit to him. Doesn't want to be
45.
straight. Don't know what angle he's got. A little bit. Love to have been lower down, Ken, wouldn't he? Just to pop that and go directly down to the black, but should still get there.
Yeah, it's just a little bit more difficult. You see all the top spin he's putting on the cue ball. Needs to miss that middle. Oh, he's judged this nicely, has it? Yeah, look
51.
at this. What a shot. Shot of the match so far. Black for a wonderful steal.
Yeah, and considering, you could argue he hadn't really settled. It's going to be some clearance. In it goes. And what a famous snooker that was. Could have gone both ways. John Higgins will be very disappointed that he didn't take it. Looked for all money like he was going 2-0, but Corin Wilson comes back and the level at 1-1.
Yes, welcome back everybody, and final getting underway. We all hope the lady as well and getting the attention she needs. And I must say, John, I mean, goes unnoticed, I was talking to a lady from the wheelchair accessible area there yesterday, and she was saying how great the staff were with her, and we must compliment them, of course, all the security and all the staff at the Ali Pali as well. They're doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, it's a big old operation, Ken, isn't it? 2,000 plus people in every day. Yeah, couldn't agree more. Do a great job. And as for this match, well, hopefully that frame that Corin won with the excellent clearance will settle him down into this final. Yeah, no intention of the pot there, just twice across to get safety. Cleverly thought out. No surprise, so you'll have to be up very early in the morning to get one over John Higgins. He does know a snooker table.
Yeah, judged that nicely. Makes it a bit more difficult for John Higgins, of course, to get back to that top cushion, being so close to it. He might just nestle into the back of the bunch. He does have a red into the yellow pocket, but it's a high tariff shot, so I don't think he'd be taking many chances here. Just play a little roll up.
Yeah, sometimes these type of frames where the red goes up in the balk area end up being re-racks. Not necessarily the case with this one just yet, but he taps into the back of the pack. Not much else the players can do but tip and tap. Because that red is to the right of the blue, I don't think John Higgins can really. He'd love to have a go at the red that's on the left of the pack up into the yellow pocket, because he'd play it in a way and leave the cue ball near the side cushion. But because that red is next to the blue, if you take it on, it's a big old shot. So he's digging down. Get much closer than that, but sort of hugging the cushion. I thought it was in.
One.
Needs to go by this red. It's getting close. Has it gone by it? Wow. Oh, that'd be incredible. Has he covered it? It looks like he's okay. A little swerve. Nicely played. Nice angle off this red now. Play off two cushions down for the black.
6. Seven.
Perfect. He's a bit unlucky there, John, wasn't he? You know, he took a red on into that yellow pocket, just trying to get on the black. He didn't expect it to go over the green pocket. But presented a wonderful opportunity here for Karen Wilson.
14.
Yes, and as I say, last frame made Karen feel a whole lot better.
15.
I think the right-hand red of the two to the right of the pink is potable in the top corner. Well, it was, but decided to play a little cannon anyway.
20. $21.
Just checking on the angle there to see he wants to leave the cue ball for this red that's fairly close to the top cushion. And then changed his mind and said, I'll come out for the loose one. Quite correct too. Played that nicely. Struck it lovely.
28.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what way he'll go here. How he's going to split the reds. Thought he might have played down for the black
29.
there, but it's not a great shot. Wanted a better angle on the blue. He's still got a slight angle. He can power in, but it should have been a bit more of an angle on it. Yeah, he's looking up. He's disappointed with that shot. Now, what sort of pace can he generate on the cue ball here?
Quite a bit, Ken.
Not enough, John.
Yeah, he's a little bit unlucky.
34.
Because those reds are so tight, you really do have to plough through them.
I mean, he does generate a tremendous amount of topspin, and he needed all of there and more. But it was the shot before. The red should have had a better angle on the blue. Missed opportunity.
If he can just clip off this, put the cue ball to the left-hand side here. Obviously won't leave the pot of the red in the balk area.
Karen Wilson, 34.
That's all he can really do. Good visit, but I'm disappointed he didn't carry on. He has left a very difficult pot, has to be said. Red's below the pink to the right, does go in the middle pocket, but boy, would you need some cueing for that. And John came round and had a look to see if he took it, would he cover the red that's in the balk area with the yellow? That's why he's having a look there. But, wow, I mean, what a shot that'll be to knock that red in. Yeah, so much so, he's refusing it, and I don't blame him. What a clever shot that is. Played the treble. Unbelievable.
I can't believe you didn't see that, John.
Yeah, I'll have to work on my punditry.
Well, what a tough shot here he's left with. What a brave shot it would be. Very dangerous to take this pink on. But there's plenty of rewards if it goes in. He'd be splitting the reds. You got a perfect view of it there. No, it was too difficult.
John Higgins, 1.
Wasn't afraid of taking it on, but so dangerous as well. But could have left something easier. Okay, this bottom red pots into the right corner. He's got the red down the rail with the rest as well. But both missable, you'd have to say. So good with the rest. Needs a bit of care and attention. Oh, wow. Just the pace. Wow.
Yeah, the only bad news for John was when Carr in that shot, the pink came into a possible position for him. So if he could drop it in, which he has done, I think the pink might have led to another red, but it'll shake it ahead from Carr, and maybe it's not a great angle. Yeah, fairly straight, isn't it? So one in the middle,
7.
so it wasn't bad. And this just should nudge another one out. Slightly.
8.
Isn't it amazing how quick momentum can change?
14.
John Higgins, for all money, should have been 2-0 up. He was one ball away from it. Corrin all at sea for frame and a half. Makes a wonderful
15.
frame-winning clearance, and you can see how much the confidence is being restored. That's the thing about these great players, isn't it, John? That when you have
20.
them down, you cannot let up, can you, for 1 minute? One shot can just changes things very, very quickly.
Yeah, I'm sure Judd
21.
Trump is pretty sore today watching this final. He was 3-0 up. Missed 2 pretty easy reds, you'd have to say, at 3-0. Certainly the second one was very bad miss. And he had John in all sorts of trouble. And really kill him off. And then after that, had a whole load of trouble. And John's got past him. But at 3-0, Judd
27.
looked like he had the job done.
Yeah, that was the important red, acknowledged by the crowd. And yeah, John Higgins will be annoyed with himself. Still a long way to go, of course, but he's sort of given that opportunity to Corrin Wilson, and he's
34.
duly grabbed it, both hands. Tremendous amount of right-hand side, just having a look at the score. He's plenty of points in front, so he can play a little sort of exhibition shot in and out of bog, trying to miss ball colours here. Well, I don't think he meant to do it that way, but
41.
well, I'll tell you what, John, if he pots one from here, I'm buying you a drink.
Oh, please.
Karen Wilson, 41 and a frame.
Absolutely typical. Won't be getting a drink from Ken, but that's a wonderful visit again from Karen, just enough to get him over the line in the third frame, and he's turned it round. He now leads by 2 frames to 1.
Yeah, not a good break-off from John Higgins. He'd be annoyed with himself for that as well. If Corrin knocks this into the left centre pocket. Poor break-off. Oh, well. A let-off. And now the chance for John Higgins. That was a surprise.
Thank you.
Well, I don't believe it. I've seen it and I don't believe it. Wow. I don't know. That's finished on the jaw. Well, kind of had a good look at it. It's fairly tight to it. I think it does pot, but it's needs respect.
1.
Oh, he's played that nice, hasn't he? Just found a little window there.
6.
Perfect on the red for the black here. Well, it'll just be interesting here. Will he peel off the couple of
7.
reds, or when you try and go into the pack and disturb them and still stay on that red. It's not the best angle he has on the black. Probably just play for the loose one here.
Yeah, like you, Ken. I'd like to have left that a little bit low and gone into the pack and screwed in, got the reds out and had that loose one available, but can't go about it that
14.
way.
I think that was his intention, wasn't it? He just didn't get the desired angle. Now maybe into the pack here. Yeah.
15.
He's got such wonderful power. He sort of like almost bullies the balls into the pockets, doesn't he? With such ferocity.
Yeah, that was one of the things he was saying about the cue that he's got. And when he first got it, it felt a little bit light. So it's been drilled into and had a bit of weight put into it. It's certainly doing the job. Said it feels like every shot he can play on the table now, no matter whether it's finesse or power. He may have landed in no man's land
22.
here. Well, that was extremely unlucky because he hit it with enough pace. He's not on anything here. He can't even play the double on that red into the right. The pink is in the way. Count himself very unfortunate there. Well, is this red? Is he having a look at this red? Is it cuttable into the left centre? Surely not at that angle. It'd be too risky.
Yeah, these are one of those instances where you just can't push the boat out. You've got to take your medicine. It's very annoying. You think, why has it happened to me? But you've got to just play the right shot. And the right shot is a safety here. As much as it's annoying.
Karen Wilson, 22.
I hope for his sake he hasn't stuck the red up. Oh, he has. So he's very disappointed, but not to land on a red, but that's even worse. Going to hold for the black. Needs to be played with a little bit of drag, this, if you're going to do that. His long game's been very good all week, John Higgins, but can he keep it up? Yeah, decided to play round the angles. Got a little flip on the black, but that's perfect. Thought there was just too much angle on that to hold it. As you say, the little clip on the black was a help. Took a bit of pace out the cue ball, but good pot.
Judge that nicely. There's
6.
one red right in the middle, almost on the pink spot. There it is. Played on it perfectly.
Seven.
And that clears the pink spot nicely. So important for John Higgins to bounce back here at this chance.
Yeah, Karen will be sitting in his chair absolutely stewing about the fact that he didn't land on a red. Somewhat opened the pack himself and got them all ready, but that loose safety, he's left a chance for John. Seen it this week quite a lot, Ken, haven't we? Just here and there, one little bit. I mean, Neil Robertson in his match there lands on a ball, 6-4, he wins, and it's all over, but
13.
couldn't get on it. So, and then Karen beats him, and literally is a game of fractions.
Yeah, that's what we always say, isn't it? Just a roll of a ball here or there can make such a difference, winning or losing. And he was unlucky when he went into the pack there, Corin. sending the red over the corner pocket. Well, no, certainly
14.
wasn't lucky. That was just a bad shot. Now, John has got to negotiate the cue ball, possibly between green and brown, down the right-hand side of the table for that red, just above the pink, into the left corner. Oh, he got too much on it. It's actually okay, but he's been a little bit fortunate there. Catching the green, it could have gone wrong, but he's okay.
Yeah,
he's got a choice of cannons here. I don't think he wanted to hit that first red. He wanted to miss that one and cannon the other
27.
two. So that's the cue ball's rolled a little bit further than it would have done. Just got that little nick off the first red that he didn't really want. Slightly delicate one, this. Ball's so close together. Sometimes you see players get the spider and play this so they can dig down when they get this close, but I think he's okay. Yeah, it's a little bit dodgy. I say it's to follow through too much here to be a foul, so that's why he's a bit wary of it. Well done.
28.
Nice. Delicate little shot that.
You
35.
control that nicely. Sometimes you can underscrew that particular shot or even overscrew it, but judged it nicely for the red into the same pocket.
$36.
Didn't want to be straight on this. Wanted a little angle where he could stun up into the reds and just develop one, but he sort of slightly doesn't have a great angle. Now you see it now. He might have to screw back for that red that's close to the right hand side cushion, or the red just left of the pink. And he's got a bit of work to do on the cue ball here.
He could just sneak an angle, couldn't he? Forced it. Good shot that.
43.
Yeah, he just used all the power on the cue, didn't he? Just to force that angle and played it well.
44.
Beautiful shot.
$51.
Yeah, it's just checking that when he rolls through on this red, he doesn't go too far. That's why he's just putting his cue there. If you overhit this slightly, you could snooker yourself on it. He obviously doesn't fancy playing the screw back for the black. Should be fine on it. Just don't want to hit this too hard.
52.
That should be perfect.
Can he just dig into the cue ball? No, maybe not. He's playing top spin. He'd love to be able to dig into the cue ball and just cannon just the red right of the pink. Well, you can't do that. Playing the top spin. Little cannon. But well, it's not ideal. Could have been nicer. He's going to have to play this red into the middle. As we know, quite an acute angle as well. So he's got to be careful with this.
Yeah, very much so, because this is a table rife for a counter clearance if you miss. Yeah, this is a
John
table
Higgins,
that's
58.
absolutely rife. Goodness me. What a chance he's given Karen Wilson here. And because that red's finished on the jaw, this one is into a big pocket now at the other red. And in it goes. Doesn't want that to go tight on a cushion, and it hasn't. What a chance this is for the first major body blow in this year's final.
Yeah, he just didn't get pristine position, did he? John Higgins was a little bit awkward. Didn't expect him to miss it, mine. Well, that's what pressure can do. That was a little tricky shot. So you just put a little bit too much side.
6.
Just flicks it offline. As you said, John,
7.
what a wonderful opportunity for Karen Wilson. Really inflict some punishment on his opponent very early on here.
Yeah, what generally separates all the great players from some of the also-rans is not winning the
13.
frames you should win. It's winning the ones you shouldn't. If you can keep pinching these continually, it makes such a difference to the scoreboard. Look at that for a bit of power. Great shot. Yeah, I think that cues a keeper. He's got plenty of guts. That was an excellent shot. So, stun the brown, top cushion, side cushion, and down. Or is he just going to plain ball it up and down? No, it's the stun. And played it well.
18.
Just got to be careful with this one. Cue ball could be just running into the black. You might play a delicate little cannon on the black, knock it towards the corner pocket. Yeah.
19.
Now it has to get off the cushion. He's judged that nicely as well.
That was a beautiful little shot.
Yeah.
That was as good a shot as he's played in the break. So make sure he got that angle natural to go up for the yellow. That was beautifully played.
Nice
26.
pace again. The cue ball just screw back in a direct line for that green.
$28.
It does really crack the balls, doesn't he, into the pockets. I mean, it's the noise of it when it hits the leather.
Yeah.
Ferocious.
Great confidence in that delivery of the cue, hasn't he? Very straight. So if you hit it harder, you have to be very accurate.
31.
And for someone, you'd have to say, looked a little shaky at the start of this session. This is some recovery aided, of course, by a couple of John Higgins mistakes. But Karen's done his
35.
stuff. And this will be hurtful for John.
Yeah, lots to contemplate for John Higgins at the interval.
40.
4 points ahead. He'll be so disappointed. Started off really well. Just missed one or two.
46.
Yeah, and then it goes. And there was an inevitability about that clearance from Karen Wilson.
53.
Absolutely wonderful frame of snooker. John Higgins, well, much to ponder as he goes to the mid-session interval. Hasn't played badly, but he's been punished, and Karen Wilson leads by 3 frames to 1.
Karen Wilson to break. Quietly
Both
now,
players
please.
back from their mid-session cup of tea. John relaxing in the players' lounge with his family there, having a chit-chat. John Higgins was definitely in the ascendancy in a couple of the frames, but Karen was very good clearing up. And all to play for.
It's a wonderful shot. Okay, not tight to the cushion. A nice route back to the ball, just a little bit firm. And, well, we know and have seen throughout the week how good of a long putter he is, Karen Wilson. But this is certainly not easy. Screwing back made it that bit more difficult as well. But first glance, I don't think he's left anything. And in fact, I'll tell you what, John, it's not straightforward to get back the ball here either.
No, he's not left anything nice. Difficult to see anything he can hit skinny. That one there he's looking at, that's got Jaws written all over it. He's looking to see if he can play that red and dump shot and leave the cue ball down in the corner. Maybe that's all he's got. Yeah, I think he's satisfied that if he gets the cue ball right on the top cushion, he should be safe. Yeah, that'll do the job. Sometimes that's what he can do. Just go out of trouble. Yeah, so John Higgins plays off the loose red on the left that he's looking at there. If he can get the cue ball over towards the green side of the table, he'd block off the left-hand side. He's going to play the bottom one, but similar sort of thing, cue ball on towards the green side. Yeah, somewhere over there, at least you're cutting off half the table for an escape. Very good indeed. Yeah. No joy down the left-hand side of the table at all. set him a poser, that's for sure. Karen's just looking there to see if he just plays absolutely dead weight onto the red that's to the right of the pink and leaves the cue ball there. What's the pot like for that red in the middle hole? So I think he's satisfied himself it'd be tricky. So this has just got to be absolutely dead weight to this red. And I would suggest that is a very decent shot. Yep, you got a tap on the table from John Higgins. It's always a good sign.
Yeah, you got to trust the table there as well. I mean, it doesn't drift off, and it certainly didn't.
Well, Karen Wilson 4.
Well, that's incredible, isn't it? What a mistake from John Higgins. What's worse, he's left a long pot for Corin. Hand on the table. Red into this corner. Just got to find the gap between black and reds. Top cushion. Oh, well, that's a surprise. And he's going to leave this red. So, a chance for John Higgins, and he needs to get something going pretty quickly. That is a big, surprising miss from Corin Wilson. So efficient at that particular shot.
Taking a lot of time with this. Couldn't seem to get comfortable. The West head was moving around a little bit initially, but got there. It did seem to take quite a bit of time with that one. Red that's on the right-hand side there, he could possibly play on. You play up and down the table, and if he comes down, he also wouldn't mind landing on the one that's to the left of the black. I don't know whether that's on to play the shot with topspin. Sort of playing an area. Now, how's the cue ball? I don't think it's any good. I think that might be under break. Yeah, he was just trying to say we get in that area where he just either gets on that or just past it. The one to the left of the black would have been handy, but it's just gone wrong.
Yeah, when you're a little tense and a little nervous, you sometimes start to overhit the balls. And that's how you lose position. And that's exactly what's happened to him there.
John Higgins 4.
But it's good safety, once again, blocking, escape down the left-hand side. He's left this a red potable, but I don't think he'd be taking this red on. He's looking to maybe play a containing safety shot.
Yeah, another example, Ken, wasn't it, of not wasting a shot that. Obviously be disappointed he wasn't on the red, but look what he's left afterwards. He's put Karen in the most trouble he could put him in.
There's one of our greatest ambassadors there, Patsy Fagan. Loves coming to the Masters. His wife Jeanette, 1977 UK champion.
In Blackpool it was, Ken. In Blackpool in the Tower. I got one. I was first one I went to with my dad. I got an autograph. One autograph I got was Patsy's in the programme, yeah, and he was the winner. Absolutely.
Yeah, loves a snooker. Good shot, great shot from John Higgins. That's more like it. And prime position.
Yeah, that was a great pop. And that red to the left of the black that I've been harking on about is probably the key ball, really. If you can get rid of that sooner rather than later, it just opens up the black into both pockets.
He wanted to be lower. Down for that red, just to the right of the black. Okay, he's on a red in the middle of the pack, but he wasn't playing for that. He was playing for the red just to the right of the black, that he could screw back and take the black into the same pocket and then try and remove the red to the left. So, bit of work to do with the cue ball here.
Yeah, he was looking at that other red, but that's a real delicate little shot if you're going to try and sneak past the black. So, this is the safer option.
Seven.
Slightly more awkward.
It's not too bad though. Just screw the cue ball just back 10 inches, just past the blue spot for a red into the right corner. Well, I thought he'd play for the red into the right corner, just right of the pink, but he's over-screwed that by quite some margin. I think he was playing on one of these two reds above the black, but that's a poor shot.
He didn't half get into that cue ball, didn't he? Really did some work on that.
I think it was the fact, that he used a little bit of extension on the bottom of the cue as well. Of course, it adds a bit more weight and a bit more difficult to judge the pace then, but he's going to need a good pot here to keep the break going.
Yeah, he just hasn't quite had the cue ball in this visit. And he still hasn't.
30.
And it's not often you criticised a grandmaster like he is, John Higgins, but he's made a few really bad decisions out there so far today, and pressure does that to you as well.
Yellow ball.
We spoke last night about
John Higgins. 30.
Corin Wilson when he came back, you know, and the clarity of thought and the process under pressure. But John Higgins he's just so disappointed with his performance so far. Just decisions that is costing him, and some misses as well, of course.
Once again, though, he said, Karen, high tariff difficulty of the return. Blocked off one side again. So got to get this right. Yeah, done pretty well to get up there, actually. It's quite a good shot, that. Yeah, very good.
Very good length with the cue ball. Once again, he's left the red potable into this left corner, but very, very dangerous to take that one on. This red above the pink, pots as well, but he's got to avoid those reds on the right-hand side.
Yeah, got to hit this quite hard. He's going to have to, it's thick. And the red can come back up the table when you do that. But he'll settle. Oh, that's finished.
He's had a result there, hasn't he, John, in all fairness? Red could have nestled over that right centre. Left an easy one for him, but he's got to be mindful of this red, just left to the black and it's up a little bit for a long pot, and that's why he's probably a little bit fearful of going back to ball, because he could leave that long pot on, so he might be just playing a containing shot here.
Yeah, I think he had a little look, Ken, didn't he, just to see if that red would pot past the black if he left the cue ball in the corner. So here we go.
Oh,
He's hit it a bit hard. He may have left that red now.
he has indeed. He's left the red underneath the black as well. But I think the red that you mentioned, I think that is going to be his choice.
Yeah, so Karen thinks if he pots this red, side cushion, the cue ball should go between green and brown and come back out for one of those colours. But of course, priority, not the red in. Well, John's got a couple of choices here, but he is one of the greatest doublers the world's ever seen. Now, whether he'd be tempted by that one. Let me down.
Not a bad kiss on the green, and it just makes this red so much more difficult.
What about that pack of reds behind the black spot? Goodness me.
Well, he's hoping he can pot this and just miss the reds. No. He's got away with it. Don't think this red is cuttable. I mean, if he did get the extension and extended rest out, John, I mean, it's still a very, very difficult shot, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's looking at it. There isn't much else other than a sort of completely negative safety, because not much you can do anywhere here. So he may consider it something he needs to take on. Very, very skinny, that's for sure.
Well, he does have a 90% tournament pot success with the rest. This is going to be 91. It certainly is. Now, where's the cue ball going to finish? Is he going to be on a colour?
1.
Tell you what, Ken, it's a big yellow. He's not on the green in the middle, maybe, but that'd be one shot, one heck of a shot. I think he's got an natural angle if he pots the green, but it's a tough pot. And if he knocks it in the middle, the cue ball will go the other side of the red. Looks wide, and it is.
Karen Wilson, 1.
Tell you what, where he's left this as well, if John Higgins can pot this red, you can pot the green in the middle and go right into those reds at the top behind the black spot. Which would certainly open the game up. Has got a loose red that's next to the pink, of course, but if it's natural off that green, it might be worthwhile taking the risk.
1.
Yeah, it's definitely worthwhile, isn't it? He's got to play it with a lot of pace, scatter those reds. I always trust in a little bit of luck, but should be on one. Here we go. Now, how's your luck, John? It's okay. It's okay. He'll settle for that. He's on this red.
4.
Yeah, he's going to need the extended rest. We don't have to do much with the cue ball.
Have you seen anybody use the extended rest so much in one match? I mean, it's unbelievable. Every frame he seems to be getting this out of the spider. Anyway, can he just drop this in? As I say, the way the reds are, there's a lot of work to be done in this frame.
Yeah, nicely, George. Okay. I think he was playing the little cannon on the pink and red, but he'll settle for that. He can play for this red. Yeah, I think he might have been playing a little cannon into the pink and red there, but that red beneath the pink is available. You can get on that here.
Yeah, where the black is well, it's more ideal for splitting the reds on the right-hand side cushion than it is for the ones that are on the top. I don't think he'd be playing on that
10.
now. Just a very awkward little shape of reds on that right side cushion. Now, he's on the black. Can he get into the cue ball to screw into the reds, or is he going to drop it in and play for the loose one? That's the loose one. He's missed the black.
John Higgins, 11.
See, they were horrible, those balls, the way they were positioned. So it looks like thin black, a little bit of check side maybe, play a cannon into the two reds. Nicely played.
8.
Yeah, that was lovely, wasn't it? The extension coming out again. He's got to hold the cue ball here. Just ran
9.
on slightly. The angle is it's a little bit higher than he would have liked, that cue ball. Poor shot, wasn't it, on the red, just to hold for the black.
Yeah, it was a little bit clumsy, wasn't it? I mean, I was thinking when he was playing the second last red, before we see him miss this black here, whether he could have played on to try and have two goes to get that angle where you can pot the black and maybe move the reds off the side cushion, but As Ken said, he was just too high up after the first go. I mean, highly unlikely anyone was going to win the frame with these balls being positioned like this, but he never really had a chance to get into those reds.
This is unusual, isn't it? I think he's playing the double here.
Well, he's so good at doubling, isn't he? He really is. As I say, he let me down the first time, but not the second. Yeah, I think if I wanted someone to play doubles for me, him and Peter Ebden would be up there. Peter was unbelievable at it. But John Higgins is not bad either.
Well, could have got closer to the red. This is a tough pot. He's got to play it with pace. Maybe off 2 cushions, try and get over and get an angle on that black. So this is missable with pace. Need to be so accurate here.
John Higgins.
He had the perfect angle as well. Look on the black, but pace. Playing that type of shot, always so much more difficult.
Yeah, just gone longest frame of the match, and not surprising the way these balls have been positioned. Just over 26 minutes. Karen's saying, don't fancy a re-rack, do you? That's how much he thinks these balls are nice. Yeah, could play across this red and stick the red onto the right-hand side cushion and sort of screw in behind brown if he wants to do that. Use the brown as a stopper. A blocker ball, I should say. Might just clip off it and play to yellow, but either way, push the red on the other cushion. Yeah, lots of snooker to be played in this frame, the way they are.
I think he tried to play a little kiss on the yellow there just to knock it off the cushion there, because 22 points behind. You'd like that yellow away from the ball cushion if he gets a chance. There's going to be a little bit of safety before then. Get these reds out in the open. That's a good shot. Played in a wonderful spirit this final, isn't it, John? And there's a lot of pressure. They don't want to get their hands on that beautiful trophy, but they've been very sporting and
yeah,
you know, congratulating each other on good shots and
not much to do other than drop it in. Dead weight off the top cushion. As I say, these are not reds that are going to get moved just in the one shot, unless someone's potted the red and they're coming off a colour into them. You certainly won't see a safety shot where they all come into play, you wouldn't think. 22 points is a decent lead for John Higgins where these reds are.
I was just wondering, would it have been worth having a go with this red into the left centre? It's a free shot, you know, and if he gets the red, gets the black, it's another valuable 8 points. Doesn't like it. The only problem for John is that if he plays the cue ball up into the balk area, maybe leaving that open red on for a pot. Sure, Corin will take this on. Yeah, no problem. And that was a surprising shot from John Higgins there. He's always going to leave that red. Didn't have to play that safety shot that he played. Could have played an alternative. I don't think it's going to do much damage here because it's so difficult. Pot this yellow and maybe screw down, try and dislodge these reds. I don't think he'll be playing that shot.
Now, the only advantage he's going to have here is moving the yellow.
Karen Wilson, 1.
So at least that's back in play. He was never going to get a great advantage because of the way the reds are so close to each other. Yeah, if you can get the cue ball down to the right-hand side cushion here and just clip the red to the cushion, you might get a little awkward shot for John. So that's the red there. How's the cue ball? Pretty good. Yeah, top of the table from John Higgins. That was a very good shot from Karen Wilson. And the fact that the cue ball's finished tight on the ball cushion means he can't get any swerve in it. So it has to be side cushion, top cushion, and back into the reds. Well, he could go one cushion and drop in. Ah. Don't think he can have that red.
I wouldn't mind knocking the pink into play here. Just clipping off the red, bringing that pink into play. Ooh. Wouldn't have been a bad idea, would it, John? Because 21 points behind, he's going to need the pink as well, if he gets a chance.
I'm with you there. Good thinking. As I say, you were hitting the red that thin, you weren't going to be leaving it. That was nearly a clever little shot from John Higgins as well, just pushing the black, trying to push that to the top cushion, take it out of play. As I say, ordinarily you wouldn't think 21 points was a big lead, but the way these balls are and how awkward they are, wasn't a bad idea.
Be nice to get the cue ball up behind the yellow here. Oh, he took a chance. He took a chance.
Don't think he's got the cover. No, there you go. But, you know, sometimes after long, protracted bouts of safety, you can lose a little bit of rhythm. And John Higgins' long game, as we mentioned, has been great this week. There's a fair bit of pressure on this one to cue it well. Good shot.
Yeah, that's 39 from 57 over the week for John Higgins, 68%. Long pot success. Corin down to 52.
Yeah, slightly tricky digging down. Got to make sure you miss the ball colour.
Looks too hard, is it?
Yeah, he's potted it, but cue ball's run away. As I say, it wasn't absolutely
6.
guaranteed.
Yeah, I think he's just tailed up in time.
Yeah.
Just spotted something on the cue ball, just asking the referee, Tatiana Wollaston, just to give it a little clean. And it's a big shot, this, you know, big frame for John Higgins, just to, you know, get himself back on track.
Been a old school hard frame, this, Ken, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Just get what you can get and run away. And as I say, balls haven't been great. Sometimes in these situations, a 20 break feels like a century.
Yeah, good shot. Yeah. I mean, when the frames go a little bit scrappy like this, you've just got to batten down the hatches and just try and graft your way to the winning line and just get a frame on the board. Back on track. Green and red required. This looks pretty good. Yeah, better pace. And look,
10.
31 ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Red in the last frame into the middle pocket and had to sit and suffer while Kyren made the clearance. So make sure you knock this one in. Don't want it happening again. Okay, John Higgins. As I say, real hard match play frame of snooker that. And you get two players who are so adept tactically, you're going to get a couple of frames you would think in a final where they go a little awkward. That's been one of them. But they all count, whether it's like this or it's a 100 break.
16.
Just got to win them.
$18. $21. $25.
Got to knock the pink towards the middle. Ooh,
30.
a little bit more pace than it was, so drop it into the green pocket. No, well, he won't mind. It was a good, hard-fought frame for John Higgins and reduces his deficit with Kyren Wilson. He still leads 3-2. This time, I think he's covered the red into the left corner. Sort of made sure he hit it a little bit harder that break off, didn't he? Because he's left that red a couple of times so far, John Higgins. Now, is Kyren looking at his possible plant? Is it if he drops the cue ball down to this top cushion, are those three reds underneath the pink, are they a plant into the left centre pocket? It's pretty close. That's what he's afraid of.
It's good thinking to actually come around and have a little look at that, isn't it? I mean, a lot of players that have come down and played the safety and not even had a look at that. Now, he potted a couple of reds this week that have been just ludicrous. And he's hit it with this cue and screwed back. Got some power in it. But that one was a wide. I think it's not bad.
It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, he is on a red here, but he won't be taking that red on above the black. Could cut this one, couldn't he?
Yeah, he played a similar shot earlier in the match, didn't he, when he used the pack to cover anything he missed. It was a very thin one. He played it a lot more full-blooded. I think he may be all right as well. Yep, that's covered. You can't put any of those. Well, has he got cover on the blue? I think he has. That's made a difference. Just wondering whether Kyren might play top cushion here and just hit this red from behind. Or is he swerving it? Wow, big shot. He's playing the swerve. No, great shot. I think he's unlucky though. He's finished in the one spot as an ironic smile goes on Kyren's face. Can't have pink, can't have blue.
That's incredible, isn't it? I mean, what a wonderful shot. Looking at trying to leave that cue ball. Nearly yellow pocket. I mean, he could take the brown on, but very risky. Doesn't refuse much. Maybe
Brown
on this
ball.
occasion. Might be just more prudent just to play a good telling safety shot here.
Karen Wilson 1.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I think he was a little disappointed, Kyren, that he wanted to cover the two reds on the right-hand side with a yellow. He hasn't managed to do that, so John's got a fairly straightforward up and down. He's trying to block that off. Wow. How's your cueing? Tight, glued to the ball cushion. 11.5 foot away. There's the red you want. Not easy, that.
No, but he's done well to get the cue ball there. And the red in and out of ball, because it's not cuttable into the right centre pocket. But he may have to play this red that's near the middle, because he can't afford to leave it there.
Match time just goes over the 2-hour mark. It's, you have to say, just since the interval, it's gone pretty hard fought. Last frame was the longest of the match so far. But you do get this with quality match players, and they're both adept at playing safe. It can happen.
Yeah, that was another great return of safety from John Higgins. Good could try and find an edge of one of these reds and try and get it back up to somewhere where it is now. How difficult is. Wonderful return that. He'll be certainly happy with that. I don't know whether this red is potable down the left-hand side.
That was excellent, Ken.
Yeah.
That really was a good shot. Yeah, there's a tap on the table, and John knew how good that was. He's got cover on both those reds on the right, one with the yellow and one with the blue. Problem with the red that's just above from the black, which is the one John could be playing off, is he could promote a red towards the corner when he plays it. And also, you do have to give a little bit of attention to the bump in the middle pocket, so that can come into play. So he's picking something else. And as ever, found fabulous shot. Very good. Amazing return, that one.
Yeah, not much in on the safety success. Corin, 76%. John, 73%. Really quality shots so far. Both players, particularly in this frame. Could play a pot on one of these reds just below the pink and with a bit of safety in mind, as long as he avoids the reds just below and around the black and on the way back up as well. Yeah, very good, very nicely picked out. But
One.
he not only got the first part, he got the second part as well. Excellent pot, though.
Yeah, once again, though, he's just come awkward. So just the way the frame, certainly the last one, and this one at the moment's going, just hard to land on a colour. If you do get, I mean, that was a fabulous red he's potted. May just decide to try and tuck him in behind brown here.
Karen Wilson, 1.
He's got a shot where he can play the red on the left-hand side and try and leave the cue ball on this top cushion again, but John's just worried about the red that's near the middle on the right, making sure he's got cover and potentially the red cut back into the top right-hand pocket, so that's why he's having a little look where he is. I think he's satisfied that he'll be okay if he leaves the cue ball there. Now, is that red cuttable back into the top right-hand pocket? Only Karen's looking at it. I suggest it is. Always thinner than you think, these.
Yeah, good pot. And this time, he is on a colour. Now, just try and get this cue ball just down in an area. Those two reds beneath the pink, and also he'll have red into the corner, red into the middle. Yeah, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, could just do with scoring a few and getting a bit of fluency back. Frame's gone a little, well, the match itself's gone a little bit hard work because of the last frame.
5.
The way the balls were positioned, and this one, once again, these reds aren't great on the black spot. Highest break in the match so far is 58. Made 3 times. Twice by John Higgins and 1 by Kyren, but no one's had a break higher than that.
11.
He didn't pot that very cleanly. And because of that, took the pace out the cue ball.
Yeah, there was just a bang, wasn't there, in the background, just right on his backswing. He didn't get through that at all, so is he going to drop this in, try and hold for that red? Yeah, no problem. He's so confident with the rest. He doesn't mind leaving these shots.
18.
Well, those 2 reds beneath the pink, they look like they're sort of in, maybe, could they be made into a plant? No. He did have a look at them. Had a look at the pink as well. No, but needs a good shot here.
Yeah, well, if you want somebody to pot this and screw back for blue with the rest, this is one of your men. Blue, how about green? Or yellow. Oh, did he get into that? As I say, himself, and I'm going to whisper it but Sean Murphy will be as good as anybody. Playing with the rest, he is really phenomenal, but I'd have Kyren not far behind.
Oh, this looks pretty good. Playing on this red into the left corner. Excellent shot.
21.
Great positional shot, that. Nice angle on the red. Can play out for pink here. You saw him just having a little look at the black. When he pots this red, I think the black will pot into the same pocket, and that will
22.
certainly help his cause maybe a little bit down the road. Once again, a little bit too far with the cue ball, so in and out of balk with the blue. Oh, just about missed the green. Great shot. It went pretty close to the green, but
27.
managed to avoid it. Now back in prime position.
28.
Yeah, you saw him having a look at that black, John, didn't you, earlier? Now, if he could get on the black off the next red, he could split up those 4 reds around the black spot. Yeah, there you see it. So that's what maybe he's looking at.
Yeah, if he plays that top spin, like you said, that's what he'd be looking at, you would think. He's back down, having a look at it again.
34.
The only thing I will say is you don't want to be hitting it too hard if you get down here. As I say, that looks simple there, but pockets still need respect. So here we go.
35.
It's come a little bit low, so we won't be seeing the black in his eye line. That's when he's coming round, just have a look at the angle. So you would say this is the important shot.
No, he's missed it. Yeah, he was a little bit low
Aaron
on
Wilson,
it. And has he
35.
left the red into the corner? I don't think the black has covered the pocket. I think there's enough room to pot that red. And when he pots that red, that will release the other red into the opposite corner pocket, so a chance for John Higgins here. Yeah.
1.
And the black won't go on its own spot. It'll go on the brown spot, but he won't mind that. I'm just wondering if those two reds, are they can plant the two that are close together? Because he's going to need to split them if they aren't. It doesn't look like they're a plant, so
8.
it's not going to be straightforward, is it, to the winning line?
And the bad news is, of course, because the black isn't on its spot at the moment. Ordinarily, you'd pot the black and split into the two reds, but because it's up on the brown spot,
9.
that shot's no longer on. So, a bit of work to be done here. But at least he's at the table.
$15. $16.
I think he wanted a bit of an angle on the pink. It's okay, but he was sort of contemplating getting on that red and maybe potting the red and splitting the two reds with a red, which would have been difficult, but he was looking at that shot earlier, but I don't think he can do that now.
Well, he's played it in such a way that maybe that's the only way you can think it can be done. Pop the red and try and manoeuvre the other two and land on a colour. Decision time. Do you play it here? Or do you try and get it off the colour?
23.
I think he tried, Ken, to just nick one of them out, but it wasn't on.
I'll tell you what, where he's finished on the blue might be a natural angle off the side cushion into those two reds, and if he hits the left of the two, it will knock the other one towards that right corner. He needs a connection. Oh.
28.
So he's got to find a good safety shot here now, and it's not straightforward. He's got to be careful of the reds, that one doesn't present itself over a corner pocket.
John Higgins.
It's about the best he
28.
could do, and it's not bad.
Yeah, it's very clever. Played it at a perfect pace to bring the red back, and of course can't see it. So this one that Karen's playing, gonna get this right. Played the double kiss, has he? He has, and didn't get it as a double kiss. Now, has he covered him or not? Looking at the slumping Karen's shoulders, I suggest that John can swerve this. So what a mistake that was, Ken. You've got to get that absolutely full ball, haven't you, if you're playing that one that Karen's just played?
Yeah, I was just thinking it's a very risky shot to play. I mean, he could have played the clip on the red, or at least had one or two goes, and maybe if he didn't get it and missed it, and would have been more, and he could have played that shot as a last resort. But playing it first time is extremely risky. And, well, if John can pot this red, get on a colour.
7.
They've handed the frame to him. It's going to be very costly, but still got to get this out for colour with pace. Oh, he's played that well. Played that very well. Excellent shot. Couldn't have played that any better.
Thirteen. 15.
Well, it hasn't been an absolute scoring fest, but what it has been is fascinating. Quality of match play from both players. It looks like it might be John Higgins' turn to steal a frame, although the brown isn't absolutely perfect. It's in a slightly awkward spot.
18.
But he's played that to perfection.
That was a lovely positional shot. It could have gone wrong, as you said, but he's just got a lovely angle on the brown and he can just stun it up for the blue. He doesn't have to use a lot of pace, and that's exactly what he would have wanted.
Just awkward with his bridge, isn't he? He's just sort of twixt and between. I say, got quite a long length of bridge there, and a loop bridge as well. You know, so concentrate, smooth cueing. In it goes. Very good.
22.
Boy, is this man some competitor. He really is. Yeah, there it goes. And from 3-1 down in the mid-session interval, two very hard-fought frames. And guess what? It's John Higgins who's going to take both of them.
33.
Yeah.
And
It's nice to win frames with century breaks, but every one of them counts, and that was hard match play. And John Higgins has just done what he does, and he's back at 3 frames all. Yep, frame 7. 2 more to play this afternoon. Somebody would love to have a lead into tonight. So 2 pretty big frames coming up. Very close, but when you get very close like that, you tend to hit the jaws and go into play for your opponent.
One.
He's missed 3 pots into that particular pocket. John Higgins doesn't like it, but yeah, he's gifted a chance. Karen Wilson play a little delicate cannon on the red above the black here. Both players, you know, for these first 8 frames, any sort of a lead would be nice. Important couple of frames coming up before the evening session.
Yeah, we know. We saw a noticeable change in Karen in his match last night with Yuzha when he just hadn't really started great, and he just tried to get himself playing with a bit more rhythm and a bit more pace. And already you can see in this little
16.
visit he's sort of quickened up a bit.
17.
Can be a good thing to do when the game's getting a little bogged down.
Yeah, you see his average shot time there, 27. That's quite pedestrian for Curran. He's normally
24.
very fluent, very quick around the 20-21 mark.
$25.
I just nudged that red into play. He has a wonderful angle on the black here. Will he play for the loose red at the bottom of the pack, or is he going to try and power his way into the pack with a lot of pace? And the only problem about that, John, he could lose the cue ball, couldn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's got a guaranteed shot to come out for the loose red on the right-hand side and come back for black again, and then the bottom red will be available, so I would play out myself like that and guarantee a shot on the red, and then the other one's going to be available, or easier to get the cue ball in there.
32.
This would be an interesting shot. Will he stay on the black? That's 4 red blacks. Oh, he's going to go up for blue. Well, he's going to stay on the black. Played it with a little bit of right-hand side to check it towards that black, and he's on it perfectly. And now we'll play for that loose red at the bottom of the pack. Just to the right, but needs to get up high. Oh, that's no good.
Well, it's no good for the maximum, but it's not bad to split
40.
the pack. So concentrate on the pot. The reds are going to go all over the place.
He could have done with just being a fraction higher, couldn't he, with the cue ball? It's just a little bit low, so he's got to concentrate and make sure of the pot. Lovely. And that will
41.
do. That's not too bad.
It's fairly tight. I mean, from behind the pocket, it always makes it look like it can go, but I think the red that's near the pink will pot into the top left-hand pocket, which is what he was looking at. And it's a natural off the green, just a little screw on right-hand side to come down for that. Well, took the chance to go in it, and it was a perfect shot to play. Very well played. As I say, it was a lovely little target, and the cue ball couldn't run away with the way that pack was. But that's a very positive choice of shot.
45.
He couldn't play that any better, could he? Look at the split on the reds was just magnificent.
Yeah, that's someone who's trying to make something happen, Ken, isn't it? It's almost like he's got a bit fed up with the pedestrian nature of the last 2 frames and stepped it up.
Yeah, a little bit low
52.
on the red here. This time he's got to find a little gap to get back up for the blue.
53.
Yeah, purposely stayed low on the blue so it can go in and out of balk. The brown bin, of course, off the spot helps.
Yeah, got a very big area to play in here where you think you'd be guaranteed to be on something.
58.
Equalled the highest break, 58. Surely more to come this time.
$59.
Yeah, it's lovely to see the scoreboard change quickly when you're scoring heavily, winning one visit. Think how long that frame was before, Ken, where it was, 38 minutes and hard fought. A lot nicer when you can run around the table like this and win in a lot less time. 6 minutes this has been going this break.
64.
Yeah, it's been more like it, hasn't it?
65.
It all came from an attempt of a long pot from John Higgins. Got very, very close. Left the red, and he sat down in his chair since. So this is more like it, sort of starting to ramp up now.
You want one player, don't you? Just making a big break, John, because
that
72.
sort of sets the tone a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And then what I'm encouraged about was the shot he
70.
played on the green to smash the reds up. I mean, so many times players these days just refuse it because they're trying to be so exact to drop on one red. I mean, it was the right shot to play. He couldn't lose the cue ball, and it's one in the frame. But not everybody plays it these days. As I say, they go cherry picking.
80.
You don't always want to take the chance of going into the pack, but Kyren has done, and it's paid dividends.
81.
Yeah. Could we see another century from Kyren? He's already had 6 in the tournament so far. He left the plant.
88.
We love a plant, John.
Yeah. He's not directly behind this. This is missable. It's not an absolute certainty, this. So come on, Kyren, concentrate. Give us 100. In it goes. Well played.
89.
Well, he could leave he's left a nice angle now. When he pots this red, he could bring the other red
96.
out into play. Doesn't have to. He may just make sure of the century first. Yeah, he's just going to make
97.
sure.
well played. Excellent shot and century from Kyren Wilson, his 7th
Of the tournament so far. Yeah, has to get a black off this red, though, if he could.
Kyren Wilson, 103.
Yeah, would have been the highest break if he'd got a red off a black off the last red. The Uyers is 137, but he's not too worried about that. Excellent contribution from Kyren Wilson. That's more like it in the scoring department, and he leads by 4 frames to 3. Always nice to see Stephen smiling. So, similar to a break off earlier from John Higgins, after potential red here for Kyren. Once again, John will be picking himself after that break.
He's just so consistent on that particular shot, isn't he? He really is. What a wonderful long potter he is. And it does put pressure on your break and your safeties, of course. So difficult to hide the cue ball behind the yellow there for Johnny. He's managed it only once this afternoon. Now he has you saw in the last frame he played a wonderful green. I just want to really play it again, John. Take the opportunity. Memory would be fresh in his mind, going deep on the cue ball. Yeah, here we go. Here we go again. How's your look? Oh, it's okay. It's not too bad. He's got a red into the right centre pocket.
Yeah, it's as old as the hills, that shot, but honestly, the amount of times it can bear fruit, it really can. Sometimes you can just try and be too exact. He was positive in the last frame. It worked out for him, and he's been positive again here. Not absolutely perfect on this. He's a little skinnier than he would have liked. This blue in the middle. Which is why he's changing to the yellow. But he's one good positional shot away here from having a very good chance.
Really is
7.
so good with the rest. Excellent shot, nicely judged. Perfect prime position. There's his rest pot success, 92%.
8.
A lot of players that love to have a pot success with the rest. Those numbers, fantastic.
You weren't so bad yourself. Yeah, double down on the concentration here. Say last frame of this session, so chance for a 5-3 lead. Certainly make his bite to eat taste a bit better when he comes back for the evening session.
14.
Now, if he can
Yeah, he's got to play a little cannon here, isn't he? It could go wrong, but deft little shot. Try and hold for the black. No, he could
play off the
15.
top cushion instead of playing the cannon, and he played it nicely as well.
Yeah, this has been a massive upturn
22.
in his tempo. Looking all the better for it.
23.
To say, the last two frames could be a tale of two greens, you'd have to say. The last one was brilliant to open the pack, and that one at the start of this frame was very positive. He's getting his just rewards at the moment for that positivity.
30.
And there's an interesting stat. He was 27 seconds a shot in frames 1 to 6. The last couple of frames, it's down to 20. Just shows you, doesn't it? You know, you get the opportunity, you get those reds open as quickly as possible. It just, you know, when they're like this, it just makes the, of course, the breaks a lot easier. It speeds up the game. Some of the frames, of course, you can't help. There's a bit of safety, colours go a little bit awkward, and it's not conducive to big breaks and fast frames, and that's just the way it goes. That's why it's so fascinating. Every frame completely different, but still so intriguing.
39.
But this is really going through the gears here for Corin Wilson. Really positive, excellent stuff. Laying down a marker for this evening for sure.
45. 46.
Just slightly low on this black. Made it a little trickier than it should have been. Could have done with an extra revolution on the cue ball. So you'd expect him to pot it, but could have been easier. Ah, well played. Hasn't split perfectly, but he's on the red on the left-hand side. I'd like to have had one in the middle. There's two reds next to the pink, but not to be. So he's just lost the cue ball a little bit here.
$54.
Oh, that was a lovely shot, a nice little flick off those two reds just to bring them into play. So anywhere down the left-hand side of the table for these reds into the left corner pocket. Big target again. This looks absolutely perfect.
56.
Yeah, good way of playing that as well, wasn't it? Using the cushion. Make sure you come out into that table on that angle. Sometimes you can underscrew or overscrew, but playing it with the cushion is virtually guaranteeing yourself a look at this shot. This has been hugely impressive, particularly after those two frames
57.
that were bitty and awkward. To come out with this fluency is very good indeed. And he's only a few pots away from having that two-frame lead going into tonight's session. And when you've been 1-0 down, someone said to him you believed in 5-3, you'd have bitten your hand off.
64.
Yes, that is red to leave John Higgins needing snookers, but I don't think he'll be coming back to the
65.
table anytime soon. He's going to be 5-3 down tonight. First to 10, of course, to be champion of this year's Masters. And
71.
if the snooker keeps going like this, we should be in for a wonderful night, John.
72.
The great news is he's going to lead 5-3. And bad news is he's playing against someone who doesn't know the word quit.
Yeah.
79.
Yeah, a long way to go in this final, but lots to look forward
80.
to. They've been duly entertained. This wonderful Ali Pali crowd today.
Yeah, it's had a bit of everything, Ken, this session, doesn't it? It's been hard play. The last two frames have been fluent and fascinating. A couple of frames stolen by both players. It's been good stuff.
86.
Oh, lovely little shot to take the red off the cushion.
And when potting this black, you just knocked the red off the top cushion back into play and back potable into that corner. Yeah, nicely judged.
Yeah, it's been a
Wonderful last couple
94.
of frames, really positive. Got those reds open early. Two great greens
95.
into the corner to split the pack. And this will be his 8th century this week.
well played, Corin Wilson. The crowd love it. Tom, wonderful century.
$104.
Yep, you can't play much better than this. The last two frames, absolutely spot on.
107.
And the positivity off that green shot into the pack has paid dividends. Bit of exhibition stuff going on. Ooh, reverse side.
111.
Few balls going to have a headache.
This will be going around the house here.
Oh, that's a shame.
Wilson, 111.
Okay, not a total clearance, but wonderful break of 111 from Corin Wilson. 2 centuries the last 2 frames. He goes into this evening's session leading John Higgins by 5 frames to 3.
It's just electric.
Thank you.
And it's Corin Wilson to get the final session underway. Possible 11 frames this evening. Not only am I sat next to the 6 times Masters champion, of course, but 7 times champion of the
Thank
world,
you.
Stephen. Bit of a mountain to climb, I feel, for John, if he doesn't up his game from this afternoon.
Yeah, I think if you go and think pure scoring, he's got to up that part of his game. He's well capable, but he's only really found that this week when his back's been up against the wall. So can he find it again one more time? Can he go to the well one more time? But I tell you what, if you can't get up for playing in an atmosphere like this, no, you shouldn't be playing snooker. What an atmosphere! What an occasion!
hours of practice you put in is to prepare you for occasions like this.
Yeah, all the intros and the walking down the stairs and the noise and the cheering and the clapping. When you get into that arena now, the two players, it's just them and the table. They won't notice anything else in this arena.
Well, does he think he can pot this red? I just dismissed it, but he thinks he can pot it. And he was right. Well, that's a pot from nowhere. I thought it was safe. I'm sure John Higgins did.
First frame of any session is always big. And there's two arguments for both players who the frame's bigger for. John, obviously 2 frames behind, doesn't want to go 3, but for Kyron, he's got that momentum with those 2 centuries at the end of the afternoon session. He wants to keep it. He wants to keep John on the back
6.
foot. So this frame just as important for both players, but for different reasons.
Seven.
After this red, just one open red, so you would feel he'd leave an angle on the blue to
12.
try and cannon into the main bunch and bring reds into play.
That's quite a good look at the pack there. It's already once today he's played this shot and potted a red, which seemed to come out of nowhere. Not quite got the angles to go directly. So 2 cushions, top spin, right hand side.
Well, was he
18.
disappointed? As Stephen said, he didn't have the angle to go directly into them, coming round off 2 cushions. Just didn't get through it and just widen the angle of the cue ball. So, didn't make the most of that opportunity. So John Higgins will be mighty relieved. Needed to find that ball cushion. It's very dangerous leaving a player of the potting prowess of Kyron Wilson. These type of shots. It's not guaranteed position, but you just know he's going to take it on. Nice rub of the green, nudging the yellow into a possible position. Just a fraction overrun. I don't know if the red closest to the cue ball will pass the black to the left corner. If not, no, it doesn't, as you can clearly see. So he's lost the cue ball here. Still a couple of pots on, but he was looking for something easier than this.
Karen Wilson, 3.
He'll be disappointed, Kyron, in his chair. As I say, wants to keep that momentum, keep the upper hand in this match, and he's had 2 chances already in this frame.
And that red, I think, has just slowed down enough. Although, Kyron, having a look at the possibility of a plant. Well, that'll be a bit careless from John if it is a plant. And, well, the 2 reds closer together are almost touching, so you can reverse it. If you hit the first one, the right-hand one of the 2, on the left-hand side, you change the angle. So it's a possibility, this. 3-ball plant. No, it just wide of the mark. But he'll take this for second prize. He'll take this for second prize. I think the target would be the red that's close to the top cushion, adjacent to the left corner pocket. The only thing is, there is a red just to the left of the pink. He's got to avoid that. He's got to find a gap. Trying to come off 2, possibly 3 cushions. Beautifully played. Spot of bother once again here. That red that's near the left centre pocket, he's got to be careful he doesn't leave a shot at that. And he's also got to be careful he doesn't get a double kiss here. Avoided the double kiss, needs a good cue ball. It's a bit pacey. It's a bit pacey. Kyron with his hand on the table, straight pot to the left corner. Nothing to do with the cue ball. Knock it in, you're on the blue.
Got very close to it, but love the commitment. Leaving the cue ball there for the blue, knowing he was leaving reds on should he miss. A few players may have been tempted to screw the cue ball back to baulk there, but that was 100% commitment to the pot from Kyron there.
Black's not available. Pink looks to be tied up, so you've got to find a path back to the middle of the table here in playing this red. And using the rest doesn't make it any easier. was a tough shot, as I say, particularly using the rest. What's the damage? Well, he could have left something easier. There's a red that will cut back into the left corner. It's a thin one.
One.
Just about on the green. So, third chance in this opening frame.
Karen Wilson 1. John Higgins 4.
Well, what a mistake that was. That's not unlucky. Those pockets are always in the same place.
One.
Well, it's a funny old game sometimes, Stephen, isn't it? I mean, 3 gilt-edged opportunities for Kyron. Going off in the green, he'll think he's unforgivable. And all of a sudden, John Higgins' hand on the table, and a real chance here to win the frame at this visit. Just one good positional shot, you feel, that's required. I don't know whether he's value cannon into the pink, but he's got to try and hold that cue ball in the middle of the table.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a natural. The red that's to the left of the pink on its own. I don't know whether it's a natural just to drop this in, and the cue ball might cannon that red. It might push that towards the left corner, or leave himself in the red to right corner, but he's
Yellow ball.
forgotten the blue. Doesn't want anything to do with it. More work to do with the cue ball off the yellow. And that's just a very good shot. Brilliant shot.
3.
You'd like to see John maybe pick up the pace a little bit now in this sort of chance where he's in the balls. I know the frames have been scrappy, and that's why his shot time has been slower today than it has been in the tournament. But there's no excuse now for, I don't think, for getting on with it, trying to be a bit more fluent. This is a decent chance.
He'd love to get on the black here.
9.
Black is available into the left corner. Just coming round to see where he'd like to be. I don't know if the black will come back on its spot. If not, then it'd be preferable if you could finish low on it. And just nudge that, in potting the black, nudge the red that's just above it away, or he can't get low on it.
10.
So this will be key. I don't know. He wouldn't want the black not to spot and go up on the brown spot, but sometimes the balls dictate what shots you have to play. That's not bad. Has he got enough angle on this red to stun it in and go? Oh, he has. Go round the back of the black, play for the black in the same pocket.
18.
No problem.
$25.
7 points to lead now. It's got to get into that cluster of 4 below the pink sooner rather than later.
26.
Perfect angle on the black.
That's the red. He wants the cannon, the outside one of the 4.
Played it perfectly.
33.
No more cannons needed now.
$34.
I say no more cannons needed because that
41.
red just below the pink is available into the left corner. He's got the one up near the blue and those 3 reds with colours, more than enough.
$42. $49. $50.
Well, he's close to the cushion, but doesn't have to do anything here. Just drop the blue in. And automatically on the next red. This red
55.
now to go 38 points in front with just 35 remaining. But he knows the pitfalls of not getting a colour off this red, so he won't drop his concentration.
56.
Kyron should be really disappointed with himself. He had 3 chances in this frame to pull further away at 6-3. I mean, that's what he would have been thinking in his dressing room before coming out tonight. Try and win this first frame.
61.
Try and keep that momentum, keep the pressure on John Higgins. Had 3 golden chances to do it.
62.
Has not achieved it. John Higgins is now within 1.
And getting through the ball nicely now.
69. $71.
Yeah, he couldn't get through to the bottom angle, but as Stephen said, Karen Wilson had 3 glorious opportunities in off in the green. Well, how did that happen? It cost him dear. He loses the first frame, but still is in the lead, 5-4.
Frame 10. John Higgins to break.
That red has run up the table, and it's potable. Just about crawled in and looked for a moment, he'd overcut it. Just gravity took over. Hit that well. Good shot.
6.
A couple of choices here. You could play almost like a stun into the pack, and if you get enough momentum in the cue ball, it'll push through to the right. Hopefully bring a couple of reds into play. I almost hit it just a little bit. Needed a bit of thicker contact on the pack, but played it well. He does play these splits of the pack aggressively. A little bit unlucky. The second red he hit was the one that took the cue ball towards the pocket. Horrible black to play now. All you can do with the black is just drop it in and hopefully you'll land on a red, but the fact that he's gone up to the bulk end tells me he's playing safe.
Green ball. Karen Wilson, 7.
Well, if there's no path back to balk down the left-hand side of the table as we look, the right side is very congested. So much so, he didn't even attempt it. Just had to play the containing safety. That's okay, but that green is a big target for Karen to try and get in behind.
There's 2 reds to the left of the pink and red. That's a plant to the left corner, so, well, Karen's actually playing off that now, so it's not an issue anymore. It's caught him a little bit thin. That's a poor shot. Big target that was to get him behind green or yellow.
Karen Wilson, 4.
Well, in a way, he'd probably prefer it went in the pocket rather than hit the far jaw and come back amongst the reds. Quite a way off with the pot. But Karen with his hand on the table. Even better against him knocking this in.
8.
On this red to the left middle, but a bit of work to do with the cue ball. We get the right pace into this shot. I'm sure he's coming back up for the blue.
9.
Still not out of the woods here. That cluster of reds in between the pink and black, don't know if any of them will pot to the right corner. So once again, got to manoeuvre the cue ball. And it's gone wrong.
14.
Well, he's looking at this red that's close to the right-hand side cushion. I'll be amazed if he plays that. It's one of them you'd have to try and drop in dead weight, and if it didn't go in, you'd leave it. It's too risky, surely.
Karen Wilson, 14.
Well, I know that was a disappointment of not being on a red, but that was a very careless safety. It seemed like an afterthought. Left a red on. Careless. John will be disappointed. When your opponent just makes a few errors, you've got to punish them, and then they'll stick in their mind. If you don't, then they can easily forget about it. Missed opportunity there from John Higgins. Well, what a great pot that was.
Well, if he gets a nice angle in the blue, he'd be really tempted to go into the pink and red that's just to the left of it. It's a nice target.
5.
And that's pretty much the perfect angle. Doesn't have to go in with extreme pace, but just bring all the reds into play. You just point his cue. Never hesitates to go into the bunch, Karen Wilson. It's not the way all the top players play these days, but he's very aggressive in his break building.
That's okay. And he brought the black into play. He'll be disappointed if he doesn't win the frame at this visit now.
Well, I'd be horrified if he doesn't win the frame here.
$16. $17.
Wow. I mean, the balls are not, you have to say the balls are not going in the middle of the pocket. And when that starts to happen, that's when you start losing position.
Yeah, and it couldn't have finished up worse.
You have to say it's still a little bit unlucky.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, without doubt.
But when I said the balls are all set and you'd be horrified if you don't win the frame from here, all of a sudden he's got himself in a bit of a pickle here. And, well...
Karen Wilson, 23.
That has just amplified the misery.
Yeah, miscue. He was frightened of playing the push
Please.
shot. And, well, took his eye off the ball, so to speak. Now, what an opportunity this is for John Higgins. Comes to the table, 48 points behind. Only one difficult ball on the table, and that's the red that's close to the right-hand cushion. And he can get on the black here. He could play for pink or black. Wow.
1.
Okay, he's got a shot at the pink. He played for the pink in the left middle. He'll still have to play it there, but hampered. This is not easy. And the pressure on the shot is if he misses it, he'll most certainly lose the frame. It's all about this. Particularly when you know you shouldn't be there. It puts that little bit more pressure. So back in good position.
He'd love to get on the black, but it's not a necessity. He can play all these loose reds with pinks. The black where it is, actually, if he pots these 4 reds and gets on the black, is in a lovely position to move the red off the right cushion. But you'd probably end up with a black on its own spot
14.
Because to pot the red to the left of the black, you're going to have to move it out the way. But if it was at all possible to leave the black where it is, I'd be trying to do it.
15.
he's played for the black. He's got to be a little bit careful here. It wasn't the pot that was the problem, it was position. He's just stopped in his tracks. Can he get through to the red, to the right corner? Once the black's
22.
respotted. He can't. No big problem. But the black is not available into the right corner, so it's back up for the pink.
23.
Doesn't want to be straight. Slight angle. Be able to force down for the next red. Just struggling at the moment, Stephen,
29.
to get that inch perfect positional shot. This isn't inch perfect. Once again, a little bit of work to do with the cue ball. Straight on this red, no problem. But he's not straight. And if he could pot this red and come off the top cushion and avoid the red to the right of the black, fine, but I'm not certain he can do that just playing ball. He
30.
couldn't, needs a bit of luck. May have had a bit of luck. May have had a big slice of luck, as it turns out. He could have been on nothing there.
I mean, Karen Wilson split the pack from the blue. The reds were in perfect position, really, but both players are finding it hard work to make a frame-winning visit. And I don't think he's on the red. So the frame's still in the
36.
balance. I mean, the reds were in a lovely position. Neither player's been able to capitalise.
Reduced his frame arrears to 12 points. Decided to go for the double. Has he got the double? No, and playing at that
John Higgins,
pace.
36.
That's why professionals never used to play doubles. If it doesn't go in and it's the wrong jaw, you leave it. And that's exactly what he's done. No, shot too far for me, that.
One.
Too far for the blue, so a more difficult pink to contend with. But right in the heart of the pocket and nicely on the last red. Big favourite now.
7. Eight.
So 25 points the lead, just the yellow needed to go 27 points
30.
in front with 25 remaining. Well, John will be sat there mulling over the opportunity you missed there, and it was a glorious opportunity. Just couldn't find that pinpoint positional play that was required. He won't be getting back to the table now.
Eighteen. 27. There's 3 in the frame. Karen Wilson.
Not bothered about the black. In the first frame this evening, Karen Wilson made mistakes and John Higgins punished him. Not so in that one. And Karen Wilson restores his 2-frame advantage. Decent break off, although there is a path to this red. I thought the green was covering it, but no. Worth a go, this. You feel, or John will feel, the only red he could leave is the one he's playing. And if it goes in, he'd be on the black. But the one he's playing, that's the one he's left. Not the best potting angle on the black here. But did very well to... it's amazing, Stephen, isn't it, on these superfine cloths, how much you can make an angle. That looked much too straight to get the cue ball where he did.
Yeah, he does see. I would describe it as bullying the cue ball. That's what he does, Karen Wilson. Wouldn't describe the way he plays as like a sort of touch game, like a bit of finesse, like maybe, you know, a Sintong or a Sullivan at his best. He tends to bully the cue ball into submission. When it's working, it's so effective. He's so aggressive, as I said earlier, in his shot choice. Again, he could play a positive shot in between yellow and brown, left-hand side, baulk cushion, left side cushion, into the pack. You think he's bound to be on the red to left corner. Yeah. Just played the shot, but just completely misjudged it.
14. Karen Wilson, 14.
Yeah, poor safety. It was a big target when he played the cannon off the blue. So catching the brown, has left John hand on the table. Red available to the right corner. I don't think it's a straightforward pot. I think you just got to manoeuvre the cue ball slightly. But it's a half chance. Didn't like it. Didn't feel as though it was worth the risk. I think he may have been fortunate. The red closest to the right corner. I don't think Kyron can hit enough of it. And if that is the case, well, he's having a look at the possibility. Oh, wow. That could be made, definitely. You'd have to be pretty sure, though, because the cue ball is going to career into other reds. So it's not a shot for nothing. If you play it, you've got to totally commit.
To me, the pink looked easier of the balls. Take the cue ball off 2 cushions for a choice of 2 reds. Those blacks, high blacks, are always missable because you're always playing them a little trace aside, and if you don't hit them correctly, the cue ball pushes over to the right, and you miss the black thick as he did there. When you get to the business end of these finals, what you want to do is do the easy things well. And at the moment, neither player really is doing the easy things well. No one's taken this final by the scruff of the neck yet.
One.
Yeah, just lost the cue ball. Black's not much good. But he's got a straight blue to this right corner, so that would be the choice. And the red that's closest to the black is the one we play for in the opposite corner pocket. Got to start making the most of these opportunities, John. He knows that. He's doing it. Ooh, well, as my old dad would say, that wiped his feet.
6. Seven.
Well, it's just stopped in time. He's got a shot at the pink. And there is a red at the far end of the table he can play on. So pot the pink and play a better positional shot than the last one.
Pink ball.
Well, he's playing it to the far left corner, is he? He was. Very attacking way to play it. And it's turned out nice.
$13. $14. $21. $22.
Was looking to play for the blue to get into these reds. And it's one of those situations, it might just be too straight to go directly into them, but 2 cushions looks another option. Well, he's only developed one.
27.
I suppose you've got to be thankful for that, but hit him well enough. It's a thin cut, this, to the right centre.
We often use the phrase when players are playing well and making the game look so easy, but at the moment both of these players are not making the game look easy. It's hard work to string a break together.
I'll tell you what, that's a handy kiss on the yellow. The yellow now is left in the perfect angle to pot it and go into this cluster of reds. Bit fortuitous. Can he take advantage of that good run of the ball? Well, didn't get into the meat of them, Stephen, but he'll settle for that.
30.
Well, that was not as played. He wasn't intending the cue ball to go in near any cushions, but it couldn't have worked out any better. Last couple of shots. Very nice run of the ball for John Higgins.
$31.
Perfect on the blue.
$36.
Straight on this red would have been better, but shouldn't cause a problem. Just can't make his mind up. Play the run through, flick off the second red onto the black, or just stun it in and play for the pink into the right middle.
37.
Well, in the end, he was able to screw across. He's nicely on the black. Back in good position.
$44. $45.
I think there's every chance, JV, we're in for the long haul tonight. And I say that because neither player is playing well enough to pull away. You can't see any of these players winning sort of 2, 3, 4 frames in a row at the moment.
52.
Yeah, there's just mistakes keep creeping in, don't they?
53.
And funnily enough, with Kyron, I keep thinking he's going to kick into gear and then he'll miss a black off the spot, or that frame when he went in off the green, you know, just silly mistakes. But the one thing we know for certain, you give John Higgins
60.
a bit of rope and you're asking for trouble. No better competitor in the game than this man.
61.
And that's what impressed me in, you know, we could say he had a bit of help from his two opponents in the quarter-final and semi-final. It was at the end of the match when he got strong, didn't he, and was his most impressive. Oh, but I've said that and he's missed the black, but it's
61.
okay, one snooker needed, but now he's got to suffer his opponent trying for a snooker. 46 points of lead, 43 remaining. I just took that black for granted, as did he.
1.
Well, he'd be annoyed. I mean, obviously, he's still a big favourite, but, you know, if he pots the black, then Kyron concedes and won't have to go through any stress of your opponent trying to get a snooker on you. Kyron to keep this down to just one snooker required. Needs blacks off both reds.
Eight. Karen Wilson, 8.
Well, that's the first snooker. Nudging the black closer to the top cushion doesn't help his cause, but he won't mind that if John Higgins doesn't escape from this. And with that red being so close to the top cushion, it's not the biggest of targets. Oh, a good hit though. Needs cover because he's left this red. And he hasn't got cover. He's left this red on.
Thank you.
More frustration for John Higgins. Knows this should be breaking off for the next frame. Putting himself through the ringer. Giving this plenty of thought, but a tip, if you don't fancy getting the snooker, make certain you get the red safe. At least you can, next time you come to the table, think of a snooker. Don't leave the red on. Well, reasonably safe. As you always say, when your opponent moves a snooker, if you're snookering back, it's not a bad idea. This red going towards the corner. If it bounces off the top cushion, here's another chance for John to seal the deal. But of course, when you're always concerned when you're playing these thin cuts, you don't want to go in off. You don't want to hit the pink and knock the pink in a pocket. So he'll be a little bit tentative with this. But this is frame ball. And that's all because he played with a lot of right-hand side to check it, so he didn't bring the right centre pocket into play or the pink. Don't blame him. But this red's still on the table. Well, that helps John Higgins' cause. The yellow going close to the ball cushion. It's another ball that Kyron can't snooker behind. But he can pot this. So close. I can't tell you the aggravation John has given himself when he missed that black off the spot. And this red refusing to go in the pocket. Well, because the black is now in a potable position, decided to take that opportunity to play for the black. Pots the black. And he'll be 30 points behind with 27 remaining.
The line of green, blue, pink and now black down the middle of the table. It's going to be not being too difficult to get snookers, but to get a snooker that John Higgins is going to struggle to hit, that's the tricky thing.
Karen Wilson, 8.
I think there's a gap. There is. There's always a gap. So, frame ball. Another chance to get this frame done and dusted. Where's the cue ball going? Where's the cue ball going? So close to the middle. His heart would have been in his mouth. Well, he's got the snooker. But in all honesty, it should have been tougher than this. It should have been tight to that pink and cut out the one cushion escape. He's not done that. Well, this is a lovely line, and it's a perfect length. And this isn't easy to hit. Just wants to hit. Well, he's looked just past the middle pocket. Me, I'd have been this side of the middle pocket. Doesn't want to hit the yellow and go in. Oh, he's played it slow. Oh, it's a lovely line. It's a lovely line. Good shot. Bit harder, he may have potted it. them years of experience, you see, folks. As Stephen said, it's going to have to be a good snooker to find John Higgins out. Not quite hard enough this time. So here's another chance for John Higgins to put this frame to bed. It should have been over a long while ago. Can he seal the deal now? It won't go in.
Please.
And this, probably the toughest snooker he's been faced with. It's not near a cushion, so there's plenty of room around it. And because it's near a corner pocket, if he doesn't hit it, you'd think he'd leave it. And Kyron would then just need the 6 colours to win a frame he had no right to.
I've put a line in there, but it all depends how much side, left-hand side, John wants to use. Every player's different.
Wow. Karen Wilson 5.
Well, for someone with John Higgins' ability, that was not good.
No. And now, what a chance. 25 points behind, 27 remaining, and the 6 coloured balls in the open.
2.
This will be a body blow for John Higgins.
Five.
Played it perfectly. Perfect angle on the brown. Nice angle to get on the blue. It's all about line and length.
Nine.
It looks a formality now.
Well,
JV, I always say missing blacks off a spot at this level is unforgivable. But John Higgins is just like the ultimate unforgivable miss on the black.
Oh.
Well, what else is going to happen in this frame?
I don't believe it. He's got the cover. But John Higgins will just be glad he's coming back to the table. And this pink is potable. He'll come off the ball cushion. And he could pot it. Well, there's no rhyme and reason here, Stephen. What's going on?
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Thank you.
Why has decided to play it this way? I don't like it. I think I'd come off the baulk cushion. If you hit it, you could pot it. Why not give it a go? No, he thinks this is the right way, and I wouldn't argue with him. Got to be careful you don't go in off, though. Has he hit it hard enough? Has he hit it hard enough?
Well,
No, he hasn't.
Karen Wilson 6.
Didn't hear the referee call a miss, but it will be eventually. John Higgins will not be seeing the funny side of this.
Thank you.
The decision for Kyron, does he have it replaced or does he ask John to play from there? Replaced. Doesn't really make any difference to the situation. John still just needs the pink.
Would you like to check? Can we please bring it up?
A fraction towards the black, Tatiana. Yeah, that looks fine. That looks good. Yeah.
Karen, thank you.
Well, he's determined to play it this way, just nestle on the pink. Hard enough this time, but don't go in off. It's okay. John Higgins needs the pink. Kyron Wilson needs pink and black. The priority in these situations, try and leave distance between cue ball and object ball, but when they're close together like this, you've got to be careful.
Well, John Higgins is looking at the potting point of the pink. I can't believe he's going to take this on. If you miss it, you leave it over the pocket because it's so thin. He's coming round again to have a look. Maybe he's just thinking he's got a lifeline in his frame.
Yeah.
And he's going to go for it.
Absolutely. I mean, he was sat in his seat when Kyron was clearing up, we thought, and thought the frame was over. Well, if you're going to miss it, overcut it, and that's okay. Safe enough. Yeah, well played. Normally the modern way of playing this is just playing the balls side to side. But John didn't play it like that. He's played it on and off the baulk cushion. Played it well. Played it well. Is he going to run to the top cushion? Yes, it got there. No pot on. That's all Karen was concerned about, as will John Higgins. It's bounced. Now, obviously the potting angle on this pink, if you pot it, the cue ball will be coming off the baulk cushion back towards the black. But as Stephen said, these thin clips, if you get close, it doesn't go in, you leave it. Oh, and he hits it much too thin. Where's the cue ball going? In the pocket, gift.
John Higgins for 6.
A gift. And John Higgins will be so relieved. I mean, I don't know how he's won this frame, but it's going to be the case.
Well, was it about 20 minutes since he missed that black off a spot? You said he didn't put himself through stress. I think he's had enough stress for 2 matches here.
Yeah, but as I say, you make mistakes, but if you get away with them, you can forget them. Giving this due care and attention. Pink for the frame. He got there in the end. Well, Karen Wilson will be kicking himself. When John Higgins missed the black up the spot, he got the snooker, he got the chance, and he missed a straightforward pink. What's going to happen next? Yeah.
Quietly
Well,
now,
that
please.
frame, I mean, I just can't believe it sometimes what can happen on a snooker table. It's only 12 foot by 6 foot, you know. Odd things that happen. And this frame now, well, John Higgins, if he can take it and go into the mid-session interval, all square, well, he will be absolutely delighted. Karen Wilson, he'll be disappointed. He's had plenty of chances. More than enough to have extended his lead, as he should have done in the last frame. Very attacking safety shot there from Kyron. As you can see, the ball's in the open. So John Higgins has got to be careful. There is a possible pot to this right corner, but you wouldn't play it because you can't guarantee to be on a colour. He'd love to try and get this cue ball in behind the brown. As I say, particularly with the balls being open, it'd be a good chance, whoever gets it. And that's a weak safety from John. Caught that much too thick. Poor shot.
Can Karen Wilson keep tighter control of that cue ball? Because it's not been up to his usual standard tonight.
Three.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to play for the black here. Screwing the cue ball back, even up nicely on the black. The blue's there.
4.
Yeah, he just felt it was imperative to get this black on its spot. And that's what he'll do now. Because the black on its spot, that's the sort of practice routines that all these players play, so it's nice to have the black in a familiar position, shall we say.
Well, he's got more angle there than I thought. The other view looked straighter, so natural to get the cue ball out for a red. So, yeah, he's just got to keep his composure here and keep control of that cue ball. Because if he can win this frame here at this visit, go 2 frames in front again at the mid-session interval, he'll know that his opponent hasn't gained any ground and he's in a very strong position to win the match. So a really big visit to the table for Kyren Wilson. It's all about that cue ball. That's what separates it best from the rest. Under this pressure, can you control that white ball?
Twelve.
He's lost perfect
18.
position. I'm sure he wanted to be straighter on that pink. He didn't want to be playing any cannons, I don't think, at this stage of the break. So he's going to need to negotiate the cannons here, because the cue ball is going to be going into the second red, possibly a third red. That's why he's taking this one to left middle. More difficult pot, but the position is more straightforward. No, no.
Kyren Wilson, 18.
That's pressure. The bad shot was where he finished on the pink 2 shots ago.
It just shows you, doesn't it, once he got the black on the spot. Well, I won't mind, but he seemed to have a straight red where he could have played for the black, and he played the one in the middle, and as you say, underscrewed it. He wanted to be straight on the pink. Only fractions, but they catch you out.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. It's doing the simple things well. That's who's going to win this final. The player that can do that.
1.
Very good pot. And a wonderful kiss in the red to put him perfect on the blue.
Play for the red in the middle of the table,
6.
just below the pink spot. You'll play for the black in the same pocket as this red, but imperative he clears the red away from the right corner. The next shot after the next black. Because he wants this black
7.
available into both corner pockets.
$14. $15. John Higgins, 15.
Well. No excuse for that, I'm afraid.
1.
Just feel at the moment, Stephen, that the occasion's getting the better of both players.
Yep. Absolutely. Which is strange for me. I mean, John's been there, done it, got the T-shirt. Karen Wilson's world number 3. But for some reason, both players are, well, they're getting worse the more this final goes on. The unforced errors, the easy shots being missed, positional shots being
6.
played badly. I say I keep waiting for one of these players to just find a gear from somewhere.
Seven. Twelve. 13.
So, 18 points the lead.
15.
He'd love to get the pink back on its own spot. He needs to be getting high-value colours off these reds. I think he can play for the pink this time.
$16.
So the pink will put him 25 points in front. He still needs 3 of these remaining reds.
$22. $23. $28.
After this red and pink, he's still looking for one more red and a colour. It's not a formality.
$29.
Well, this is no guarantee of working out. I think I'd rather play for a red to right corner, one of the two that's on the black cushion here. That was nicely judged. He could see better than me at a natural angle just to drop the pink in and flip the red out.
35.
That was a classic example of when you get down on the shot, it just comes to you, doesn't it? And he knew if he rolled the pink and he had the perfect angle, this red and a colour. And he should take that 2-frame advantage.
36.
Well, he didn't want the kiss on the pink, but it's still on. And this pink to go 45 points in front with just 43 remaining and go into the mid-session interval with his 2-frame advantage intact.
Yeah, as we've seen from the last frame, he'll be desperate
42.
to pot this red. Well, when you consider what's gone before in the last frame or two, it's been a pretty good visit to the table from Kyren Wilson. And he will be delighted to keep his 2-frame advantage. Absolutely delighted.
49.
Because he's not played well tonight, but he's found something in this visit to the table.
Well, the Reds doesn't go in, but I don't think John Higgins will be bothering with the snookers. He'll walk out the arena. He'll be a bit disappointed. Kyren Wilson as well. They'll have to up the game, you would think, for anyone to run away with this. But at the moment, it's a close-fought affair. 7-5, the Warrior. Well, the end now is sight. No more intervals. Play to a finish. First to 10. Needs a cue ball to stop short of the ball line. Will it stop? Will it stop? Just.
Well, I can't remember in this final John Higgins getting in early with a long pot and winning the frame from it. So often in his career, when you get to this part of a final, the final session, he's been able to raise his game, find something special. Is he going to do that again tonight? Awkward visit. I say that just because of the black situation, the red touching it. I mean, I'd like to get nice on the blue here to go into the pink, split them, and hopefully bring the black into play. Not sure the position on the red, he can get that angle in the blue. There's only one more red after this, so I suggest that's the shot to play.
Six.
Nice. Play for pink to play for the last loose red, so he's going to need an angle off the next red. Yeah, the perfect angle there, you would think, on the red to be able to go up to the blue.
Yeah, the only thing I can think, he thought the pink was just separated from the reds enough to make it awkward. Now, if the pink goes behind the reds, which it is doing, what a target. Can he get the right side of the blue?
Yeah, the only thing now, though, with the pink going that, if he goes into the pack from the blue, does the pink go towards the black and tie everything up even more? We'll have to wait and find out.
12.
He won't be holding back on this one. It's okay.
18.
He's got a red to the left corner. He also has one to the left middle.
This is the second time he's had a look at. Desperately wants that pink to pop in the right corner. Because then it's automatic position from that red in the left middle.
Yeah, and if he was to get on the pink, he could possibly bring the black into play. He thinks he can get to the pink. Oh, well, thinking
John
about
Higgins,
perfect
18.
position on the pink, he took his eye off the pot.
For me, it took a long time to finally get down to play the shot. He'd done a lot of walking around the table. I can only put it down to pressure, because that's not John Higgins' way. He knows the shots. He's one of the best break builders of all time. One of 4 that's made over 1,000 centuries. And I can only put the hesitation down to just the pressure of the situation. Because that looks straightforward. Pot the red in the left middle, play for the pink. And you see it clearly goes. As I say, there was no problem with the shot.
Seven. Eight.
Well, short of ideal position on the blue, but it shouldn't be a problem with that red in the other half of the table and adjacent to the left middle.
Thirteen. Fourteen. Ball. Karen Wilson, 14. John Higgins, 5.
I assume he looked at the cluster and didn't see that that was on. Let's have a look where it's come from. No, you couldn't have seen that. You could not have seen that chain reaction. Pretty good length for the safety, not perfect. Tight to the baulk cushion is what causes your opponent problems. And there's a chance of a pot here. And he's got it. He won't be stopping short of the baulk line, so I don't think he's going to have a colour to go at. And it won't be the easiest roll-up for the snooker. This is a big shot to take on. Big shot, that. Big shot.
Cameron Wilson, 1.
Brave man to attempt that.
Thank you. One. Seven. Eight. John Higgins,
Wow.
8.
He stares, looks down at the pink. He cannot believe he's missed that. Me neither. Doesn't do your confidence any good, missing a pot like that. But at first glance, he's not left anything easy. That pink is blocking the pocket for the easy red. Just the weight of the shot made it potable now. Pots the pink, he'll be 9 points behind. He needs the 4 remaining reds with colours. So it's not going to be a straightforward run. All around the houses, don't need the flick on the brown, and that's what he's got.
7.
Well, it's hard to see him getting many more. Good recovery pot, though. And he's landed on the yellow.
Cameron Wilson, 10.
Couple of ways John can play this. He can get through to this red with the right-hand side cushion. So it should be a straightforward shot. We're looking to try and find the baulk cushion and use the green as a blocker. And that's exactly what he's done. Excellent length, but is there a path to this red? There is. There is a path to the red. Only because it rattled in the jaws, that took the pace out of it. And that's why it's left.
Sometimes in a final like this, when you're, I mean, it's almost like you just want to say to yourself, to hell with this, I'm just going to start playing well. I've had enough of this. It's just like, just giving yourself, you know, basically telling yourself off in your head. So it's just something just to change it up.
7.
Maybe that's what Kyron's done. 2 or 3 good shots in this little visit. Can I get the cannon? Smile, telling me he was half expecting the cue ball to go in. Decent attempt, wanted to hit the red either full ball or not that side of it. He has got a pot into the left middle, but it's very difficult.
He now has a 6-point lead.
Karen Wilson, 12.
Played that well.
Thank you, John.
Looks like it's an easy swerve, but the age-old problem, can you get it safe? Well, in actual fact, he could hit the edge of the red, side to side. Safe enough. The brown ball's the key now to this frame for both players. That will be the stumbling block, if there's going to be one. Thought the black was going to stop the red in the middle of the top cushion. He didn't hit the black full enough. Left the red, but as I say, the brown's the ball.
No, it's unbelievable. He's going off from there.
Thank you.
I was just about to say before that, the body language John Higgins, when he played that safety shot, it was a slow walk back to the chair. You know, he's got to go to the well again, as I said, in this match. Can he find something, inspiration from somewhere?
2.
Now then, he's got an angle on the green. Does he play behind the brown, or does he try to bring it away from the side cushion? Points, all square. Trying to bring it away from the cushion. Oh, well. Hits it full in the face, got the double kiss. It's a half ball either side. He knocks it on.
Fabulous effort.
John Higgins, 5.
Well, he's got the brown safe. That's about all you could say about that shot. Didn't try and do anything elaborate with the cue ball. May find himself in trouble here. If Karen can play a soft stun, well, he's looking at cushion first. So he may stun the cue ball to get the snooker behind the black and blue. Send the brown towards his right corner pocket. But it's cushion first. Yeah, it's judged that well. Once again, not the problem hitting the brown, it's getting it safe.
Just coming down to see how far this brown is away from the cushion. I mean, there is a swerve on, but if he comes off the right-hand side cushion, he needs to hit the top cushion and get right in behind the brown. And that way, he'll kick the brown up the table and leave the cue ball there. It's got to be so precise. Oh, he hit the brown off one cushion. He needs a bit of luck. He needs cover. He's not going to get it. So the chance now falls to Kyron Wilson. Comes to the table 3 points behind. John Higgins fearing the worst. Just got to be wary here. In off in the right middle. If he hits it too thick. He's played it slow enough to avoid that.
4.
And he just managed to get past the pink. Blue and pink to stretch his lead to 3 frames.
Nine.
He's played it perfectly. There'll be no heroics here. Glance at the scoreboard. Just knocked the pink in.
15.
Well, it's another frame that could have gone either way. John Higgins was in with a great chance. Missed a straightforward pink. He'll be kicking himself. Kyron Wilson will be relieved. He's now 3 in front, 8-5. Yes, Hazel, that is the question. And the thing is, when you've made the mistakes and missed the balls that John has this evening, it's debilitating, pure and simple. Can you shake the shackles off and think clearly again? He's done it many, many times before. But that's what he's going to have to do if he's going to get anything out of this match now, for me. Well, attempted plant, but didn't go in. And John has got a red to this left corner.
sweetly struck. Red hit the middle of the pocket. Needs his cue ball to stop.
6.
Well, he's on a red to left corner. It's not the red he played for, but I'm just wondering if there's a little cannon.
Yeah, he could have landed plumb here, Stephen, couldn't he?
Little cannon on the red, just to the right of the black.
Well, he might be overstretching, but... Well, I'd have to be overstretching really badly not to play the cannon you're advising. This has got to be the shot. Can bring the black into play.
Seven.
Oh, it looked as though he had a free run through for the cannon.
Yeah, what you can do is give John the benefit of the doubt, because if he's going to see that shot,
Yellow
there's no
ball.
doubt about it. Maybe say he's right there beside the pack. I mean, he knows that he's going to make contact with another red.
John Higgins, 7.
Got down to that shot quite quickly. I think he's just getting a little bit dejected at the moment, John.
Yeah, and a little bit angry. But that might not be a bad thing.
Yeah, I kind of think if he, you know, he's 8-5 down now. What if he just really speeded up and just threw caution to the wind? It might make him feel a bit better with himself and just enjoy it a little bit more. I don't know. Just trying to think of ways to get back into this match.
Yeah, he certainly won't be enjoying it at the moment. He's got a shot on here. This red to the left corner. I mean, OK, it's fraught with danger, but he could pot it, screw back. The two reds just to the left of the black. Cannon's the lower one. He'd be on the black. Needs good cueing. But it's a possibility. Good shot needed. Well, just sort of hit at that rather than cued it smoothly. He's feeling it out there, and it's a horrible feeling.
It was certainly an aggressive shot choice.
One.
Sweetly struck. And Karen Wilson must know he's got his opponent on the ropes. It looks to be just a matter of him keeping his composure and keeping his focus, and this final is there for the taking. I'm like John Parr in the studio. You never ever want to write John Higgins off.
Six.
He's done well to finish on this red. Have to go up for the blue. It's a good line.
7.
And he's judged it perfectly. Good shot.
13. Twenty. 21. 28. 29.
Played the cannon perfectly.
36.
May have to play another cannon to get over the line in this frame. That red that's
37.
just dropped and one more that's available. But as I say, I would imagine the cannon required to clinch the frame at this visit.
44.
Yeah, and he'd like to have been on the black off this red, but he's not gone far enough down the table. It looks as though he's going to have to play up for the blue, so we know the problem's there. Imperative you get a nice angle on it.
45.
Very straight on this. Good bit of cueing needed. Can he force it round off two cushions for the black in the opposite corner? Oh, he
51.
can. And you couldn't have played that any better. Frame at his mercy now.
Yeah, he seems to have found a bit of fluency, Kyren Wilson. As I say, I think he's... Well, just to say that, he almost missed the black up a spot, but I think he's reading the signs that his opponent is
58.
weakening quickly. That black almost missing will just
59.
sharpen his concentration up a little bit. That'd be like a wake up.
So just one more red required, and it's a sitter.
64.
Oh, he could have got better on it. I'm sure you can avoid cannon and other reds here. He definitely wants to pot another couple of balls. Nah, he could get the gap.
65.
Well, this will take him within one
70.
frame of victory.
71.
And from what we've seen so far, it's hard to see John Higgins making a comeback just based on the form he's shown this evening. He's had a tremendous run to this final. Beating the reigning world champion, the world #1.
78.
Looks at the moment, though, that this was just one step too far.
Wilson, 78.
He'll stay in his seats, he'll concede, and Kyron Wilson now is looking odds-on favourite. He's 9-5 in front and 1 away from victory. Yeah, well, the thing is, Hazel, got a 4-frame advantage. There's a possible 7 frames to play. You feel he's going to get, well, at least half a dozen chances to clinch the match.
Yeah, but you want to win it sooner rather than later, don't you? Because if he doesn't win it in the next couple of frames, then doubt starts to creep in.
Well, I think that just about sums up John at the moment. The last few frames have been well off target. My mistake, of course, we play 14. There's a possible 5 left to play. 4 up with 5 to play. It's a big ask. And
1.
first chance, Kyron Wilson.
Absolutely plumb. Absolutely plumb on the right red. He does go into the pack with authority. There's nothing timid about it. What a chance. This is almost like
9.
a practice setup. When you practice and you think to yourself, "What? Imagine if I had this chance to win a tournament."
Yes, this could basically turn into a lap of honour. As long as he keeps
16.
tight control of the cue ball. Doesn't have to play any more cannons. What he needs is there, in the open.
17.
Yeah, it's hard to see how you wouldn't be on a red. As long as you keep potting the colours and get the cue ball into areas, you're always going to have a red to pot. Such is the spread. But
Kyron
if
Wilson,
you just
17.
think about the winning line a little bit, you can twitch blacks off a spot like that.
Thank you.
Because that's why he missed it. He's seen the winning line now. John, what have you got left?
1. Seven. Eight. Fourteen. 15.
In these situations, you've got to put the scoreline completely out of your mind. Just play one shot, one frame. And don't think about what's gone before. Easier said than done, mind.
And going back to what you were saying earlier about having 5 or 6 bites at the cherry, as it were, to win the match for Karen, you can't afford to think like that. Believe me, if John was able to win this frame, and maybe win the next one, Karen will keep thinking about that black off a spot and the chance he had here, with everything at his mercy.
22.
And all of a sudden, the good chances like this, all of a sudden start to dry up. Amazing how matches can turn.
Yeah, and snooker players are very superstitious. You know, you get so many chances, you don't take them. Sometimes the balls never forgive you. And so far, so good. He's got nice control.
If John Higgins has got anything left to give in this final, this is exactly the type of opportunity needed.
29.
There's some easy pots around the pink. As I always say, this is the easiest break to make because the pink's available to 4 pockets. Cue ball is not having to travel any distance at all to get on the next red. Just slowly but surely starting to strike the cue ball. A little bit more authority.
35.
Yeah, as you say, he'd like to have stayed on the pink. I'm not quite certain he can now. But the blue's in the middle of the table, so shouldn't it be a problem? Well, he could
36.
screw off the side cushion to stay on the pink. He'd have liked to have been straighter on it, though.
Forty-two. 43.
Played that nicely.
49.
32 points the lead. Couple of reds, couple of pinks. Getting to snooker's
50.
required.
Yeah, as I said, he's, just, you can tell with the sound it's making. He's just starting to hit the cue ball a bit crisper.
Just to correct myself, I forgot about the red on the ball cushion. I hope John hasn't. Because
56.
he needs red, pink, and one more red.
$57.
I know the balls have been as easy a position as you could possibly wish for, but this is still brilliant courage from John Higgins. A wry smile.
63.
He's not got the cue ball to the left cushion, which means he's going to have to get the extended rest out. It shouldn't be a problem, this red. As I said, about the way he was feeling, the way he was playing, it's been so easy for him to sort of consciously throw in the towel. But he would never do that.
No, and sometimes when you're making the mistakes he's made this evening, it's embarrassing. You know, I know we're talking about it's just a case of winning the match, but as we well know, a legend of the game. And for not to produce on the big stage, on the big occasion, we'd be very disappointed. So Karen Wilson had a
64.
great chance to clinch frame and match and miss this sitter of a black.
Yeah, he's still leading 9-6. And you think, you know, what's the problem? But I'm telling you, there'll be a little bit of doubt now. Because then you think, will I get as good a chance again? Especially if John Higgins starts to find a bit of form.
John Higgins, 70.
He won't be bothered
And
about
the
that. Karen Wilson stays in his seat. Well, he's missed one chance to win the match. How many more will he get? John Higgins is relieved to be still in it.
Big shot here for Kyron. Drop the red in for the black to right corner. Again, there's a little bit more angle on there than I thought. I'm not sure if the red, just to the right of the black, I'm not sure if that's cuttable to right corner. I think it is. Kiss in the green. All of a sudden, the body language just looks a bit different, doesn't it?
Well, I'm certain in the last frame when Kyron opened up the balls, John thought that was it. There were no more snooker for me. So in a way, everything that happens now is a bonus.
The kiss in the green and that little graze past that red has just put him absolutely in prime position.
Five.
Didn't strike that one well. Didn't get any action on the cue ball at all.
12.
Screw into the bunch and leave himself on that red that was closest to the black to the left corner.
Yeah, he didn't hit through the cue ball. He's at it. And that's why he got no action. Needs a good recovery. No, not to be.
John Higgins, 12.
Good chance. Didn't take it. see he can't get past the blue to this red. Can he get past the yellow to play a comfortable safety? No, I think he can just get enough of that red to send the red up the table and keep the cue ball at the baulk end. I think he can. If he can't, he's in a spot of bother. Can't get past the blue. Well, he's having a look at the potting angle. Maybe he can get past the blue to play this pot. I didn't think he could get through to it, but obviously he convinced himself he could. Fully committed. And if you miss it, he knew he was going to leave a chance for his opponent.
One. Six. Seven.
Just let the cue ball run literally an inch or two further than he wanted. Shouldn't be a problem. But as we've seen already, he's already missed a black off a spot. Yeah, played that nicely. Red at the bottom of the bunch available to the right corner.
14. $15.
You would think after what happened in the last frame with that missed black, they'd be putting every fibre in his body into the concentration of this visit. The only problem, JV, is in this situation is you never know when a twitch is going to happen. Because if you did, you'd get up again and play the shot.
Yeah. And he's got scars. Balls he's missed, as has John Higgins. But nothing John Higgins can do now. He's in his chair
23.
as he played his last shot. So this could be the key. It's gone wrong. He's on nothing. Told you, snooker players are superstitious. Sometimes the balls never forgive you. You gotta say that was unlucky, but end of visit.
He was unlucky. It wasn't the red he wanted to hit from the black, but it's still very unlucky not to have a single pot to go at. At least his end of break from, or not from missing a ball. If you want to try and look in the bright side.
Karen Wilson, 30.
decided on the cross double. Just a slight air of desperation in that.
Yeah, he seems to have decided to pretty much go for everything, John, within reason. I'm not sure how many of these reds go. He's got the red, obviously, in bulk, but the red's in the middle of the table. I'm not sure if any pop. Maybe the extreme left goes to left middle. Yeah, not ideal in this red. Slightly into a blind pocket.
Six.
This is a good shot. Very, very good shot. And again, probably want to cannon the red directly above the black. Almost like you're playing a cannon or taking the cue ball over the pink spot.
Well, he got the cannon, but I didn't see the necessity to play it that hard. It's just what they call in billiards a drop cannon, but hitting it that hard, he hit the right red, but the cue ball was still moving.
Well, you say hit the right red, he literally just grazed the one on the left. If you see the shot, it just shot the cue ball to the right. Didn't catch that red. They needed to cannon clean.
Well, he feels as though he can knock this red into the right middle. In it goes, but
14.
kiss the black. So a tough pink if he wants to keep this break going.
Trying.
Oh, I hate this game sometimes.
Well, it's a choice. You either take the pink on or you play safe. Simple as that. I'm betting on playing safe.
Ping ball. Karen Wilson, 14.
Yeah, just beginning to struggle now, particularly on these safety shots as well, catching them much too thick. Another half chance for Kyron. Shake of the head from John. He's so disappointed.
Two reds to the right of the pink spot. I think the bottom one, the one closest to the black spot, will go to left corner. So this could be the beginning of the end of this final. Played this well.
7.
So pot the black. And that'll put him 46 points in front. Well, he's decided to play the blue. I suppose with the brown not being on its spot, it needs to come down the right half of the table. And this is looking very good. 44 points to lead. Red, black. There's mum and dad looking on. Red, black. To go 52 points in front with just 51 remaining. The black. Kyren first came to my attention when Peter Ebden told me to keep my eye on for him. Said what a great player he was. Won the World Championship. And now here tonight, desperate to get his second Triple Crown victory. And that red going in will just dot the I's and cross the T's. He's an emotional type of guy, it's Kyren. He's worked hard for this. He's not played his best. I suppose fortunately for him now that did John Higgins. But he's done enough. I thought his performance against Wu Yizu when he was well behind the deciding frame, it was just a tremendous break he made. And now he can relax. The job's done.
24.
Runner-up twice in the Masters. Winner this time. John Higgins, I'm certain, will come to the table, shake his hand and say, well played. John Higgins was disappointing. As I say, had a great run to the final, but just couldn't produce it today. But Kyren Wilson, every credit. He's been the big scorer all through the tournament. And it's Kyren Wilson now, who is a Johnson's Pate Masters champion. His second Triple Crown victory.
The warrior, Kyren Wilson. Once again, your champion, Kyren Wilson.